This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is reviewing Obama and Biden-era rules around a common abortion-inducing drug after attorney generals in 22 states, including Wyoming, urged the nation's top health officials to take a closer look at the adverse events linked to the drug. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke with the Wyoming Attorney General and reports many petitions like these comes across his desk, but this one caught his attention.
Attorney General Keith Couts told me, look, when I get these, I look and see if this is even in Wyoming's interests. This study is from a partisan group, but it claims to have fairly reliable footing, sourcing claims across some 800,000 abortion cases. And what it says is that the adverse events that are associated with this drug are way higher than those listed on the label.
U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy and FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary responded to the Republican AG's July 31st letter with their own, which surfaced publicly this week. A body believed to be that of a 58-year-old elite endurance athlete and Cheyenne resident James Dingo Dominguez was found Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwabecki reports Dominguez appears to have drowned in July when a specialized rowboat he was in capsized during a major storm on Flathead Lake near Polson, Montana.
He's an elite endurance athlete, a former Marine, member of the Navy. He's worked for Homeland Security. He's also part of an organization called Orward Bound, which is an organization dedicated to rowing 16,000 miles across 3 oceans for charity. It's an organization in Cheyenne, which there's just like 3 of them, so it's just like a small, probably informal organization, but they plan to row 16,000 miles starting in November. They're going to go across a portion of the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico and finish up in 2027.
His identical twin brother, Jerry, told Cowboy State Daily on Thursday that the discovery ends a grueling 2 months for the family. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
For more than a century, those in need of medical care in Sublet County were forced to drive more than 70 miles to get to a hospital. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker says that is all changed now that Sublet County Health Hospital has opened its doors.
This is a huge impact on people that need regular visits to the doctor. I also spoke to the owner of a cancer awareness nonprofit who told me that this facility specifically is going to mean a lot of really great things for women in the area. They're going to be able to get mammograms. They're going to be able to get the preventative treatment that they need and hopefully prevent some pretty bad health effects down the line.
Senator John Barrasso and Representative Harriet Hagman joined Governor Mark Gordon in Pinedale on Thursday to cut the ribbon and celebrate the grand opening of the hospital. The U.S. Department of Agriculture announced workers have detected bird flu in commercial turkey flocks in South Dakota in the past month, leading to the killing of more than 400,000 birds. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the USDA's Animal and Plant Health Protection Services website shows 8 confirmed flocks of birds in South Dakota and 1 backyard flock affected by highly pathogenic avian influenza.
From the USDA's perspective, this is a deal that could become a bigger deal. 400,000 turkeys are a lot of turkeys. Here in Wyoming, we don't have any commercial poultry growers, but we do have backyard flocks. I talked to a couple of farmers, one in South Dakota on the Pine Ridge Reservation and another in eastern Wyoming, and both of them have turkeys that they just put out there in free range. The woman who owns the farm in Wyoming said that
a total of almost 440,000 birds have been culled, and other outbreaks during the past month have been detected in North Dakota, Minnesota, Michigan, and Montana. And a new comet nicknamed Swan isn't the biggest or brightest comet that can be seen from the Earth, but it could be the last one until Halley's Comet comes back in 2061. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi says it's an extremely rare event.
So it's the third time in 7 years that we found a comet that didn't originate from our neighborhood.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, and welcome, Mac Watson, to the newsroom here at Cowboy State Daily. Sounds great. Hey. It is 6:05 on Saturday, September the 27th. Your buddy Bags in the studio. John Baggett is my real name. Bags is what my friends call me, and I go with it on Cowboy State Daily every Saturday morning from 6 to 10 a.m. It's podcast style, so every hour, different topic, different guest, stuff that I find interesting, and I'm hoping that you will too. So thanks for tuning in here. Let me do a quick weather. Let me check in the Zoom room here real quick here and see if I got my friend Michael Tominaga in there standing by. Yes, we do, Michael. Hey, good morning to you, my friend.
Hey, John. Good to hear from you, man.
Hey, get ready, because I'm going to make you do a quick weather wherever you are. But right here in Wyoming, well, Michael is, we're going to do a little business chat this morning. He is the Chief Experience Officer at Get Found Fast. We'll find out what he means by experience officer. And, how does a savvy businessman, business owner, business person, businesswoman advertise today in this world with so many different ways of doing that? First of all, your face is bigger in the Zoom room. We just can't have that. So I'm going to fix that real quick here. Watch this. Boom. It just goes that fast. Yeah, boomers in technology, my friend. You know how it goes. Probably better than most, right? Sunny in Wyoming today. Mostly clear overnight in most areas. Highs from the low 70s to the low 80s. Lows from the mid-30s to the mid-50s. Guess it's just elevation if you're in the 30s or the 50s. We have a lot of smoke around here. I don't know if those Canadian fires are hitting you guys in Idaho, but we
are getting a little bit of it.
Yeah, it's still hazy, and I checked around and said, do we have any new fires? We're paranoid here. We're exactly 1 year into the anniversary of the elk fire here that burned 100,000 acres here in the Bighorn Mountains of Wyoming, where I am, which is Sheridan. In my home studio, the Bag Studio. Right here on the map, it's, I'm just kidding. It's tiny. And, okay, so let's see. Casper, it is a patchy fog. Sunny today. Riverton, patchy smoke early. Sunny otherwise, high of 80. Evanston, sunny, high near 74. Big Piney, getting up in elevation a little bit more. Sunny today, high near 74. Low tonight, 37. Jackson, sunny. High of 75, low of 40. Cody, right now, it's 47 degrees. They have the patchy smoke as well. That's pretty much across the top third of the state of Wyoming. Sheridan, right now, where I'm sitting, we have some of that. I'm going to take Don Day, our Wyoming's weatherman, his word for it, because it's still dark outside. But clear skies with patchy smoke. Gillette, sunny today, high near 80. Torrington, sunny, and a high near 82. Cheyenne, sunny, breezy. And I always say hi to my friends in Wheatland, where I went to school, partly cloudy. It's 40 degrees there, high of 82. And, of course, Baggs, Wyoming, Michael. It's going to be a high of 79 today, clear skies, and 40 degrees. The town they named after a radio guy. No. Has a population of about 450, I think, in beautiful Baggs, Wyoming. All right, now let's hop, skip, and jump into the Zoom room. And I know we were in Idaho. Remind me where you are in Idaho.
Yeah, we're in southeastern Idaho, specifically in Blackfoot. So just about 2 hours west of Jackson.
No offense, but I don't know anything about Blackfoot. What size town is that approximately?
That comes by good reason. It's not a huge town. We have about a population of 20,000.
About the
We're
same
real
size as
close to
Sheridan.
like Idaho Falls and Pocatello.
So very close population-wise to Sheridan, Wyoming, where I am, which has grown up a little bit. I was here and left originally in 1984. My family lives here, and then probably about 14,000 when I left, and we're approaching 20,000 now that I'm back. Been back a while, though, so nothing new. So why the heck would I bother waking Michael Tominaga? I'm hopefully pronouncing that correctly.
You are.
Yeah, and why am I bothering him at 6 in the morning on a Saturday? Well, I am and have been for a very long time in the marketing advertising realm, whether I like it or not. So my radio career is both on the programming side of the wall and the sales side of the wall, and which was a good mix, and it was. When I went over the wall from programming into sales, it was kind of nice because I was like the guy from the assembly room, where the products were being made. I knew how it was made, and then I was pretty good at selling it because of that. I think that's just my opinion. But then as we've come along here, so that's 40 some years of traditional media. That's what I call radio, television, newspaper, billboards, etc. And as I worked for, originally it was Clear Channel. Now it's iHeart Media, massive organization. And they were very much, when they came aboard and bought up the stations I was working at in Denver, they had a mandate for bringing our organization into the new millennium as we hit the 2000s. And so that's what I was really introduced to, and, maybe drug kicking and screaming a little bit, Michael, into the digital marketing realm. And now I absolutely understand that it is a necessity. You must, if you are a current business person, be somewhat savvy or have somebody in your organization that is on how this is done, just because that's where the audience is. It's very much scattered compared to what it was 30 years ago, when you could find them listening to every radio station. You could find them reading the newspaper in the morning. You could find them driving by a billboard, etc. And that was it. You had a choice of 4 or 5 avenues of advertising, and that has changed significantly. So before we get too far down that road, let's introduce you. You and I were introduced to each other by Zach Tykert, who I really, don't tell him, but I trust him. He is
Zach's a pretty good egg.
He really helped me understand in my management of radio station sales, in the sales team, the digital marketing realm. So that's how we got to know each other. So, hey, Zach, appreciate it. Good morning. I'm sure he's up and at 'em. Not. He's a family man. Anyway, so where are you from? Where's your hometown, Michael? Michael Tominaga, the Chief Experience Officer with Get Found First.
So you'll laugh, John. I didn't get far. So I grew up here in Blackfoot, went to school down in Utah at BYU, and somehow made my way back to Blackfoot to work at Get Found First and kind of get my start in the digital marketing world. 13 years ago.
Yeah, and that was, I wouldn't say it was the very beginning of the digital marketing world, but it was, by then people recognized that that's the direction things were going.
Yeah, that it was a huge player. I remember 2014 when they're like, hey, mobile's going to be a big deal. Like, cell phones are kind of changing the landscape. And then you fast forward to now, and it's just like, how did we ever, in some people's eyes, how did we ever live without them?
Wife and I watch Amazing Race, and they're not allowed to use cell phones and GPS.
Mhm.
And if you don't watch it, it's different couples, always couples, maneuvering around the world in strange places using maps. If you can imagine that, we have one of our old vehicles. It's a 2004, and in it is a world atlas. It's huge, but we've, we'll never get rid of it. But I'm like, just in case, we get a solar flare and it shuts off all the power in the world. We've got a world atlas, so we're good. I don't know about you, Michael, but
oh man,
we'll
I
be
tell you
all
what, this week we went to Sun Valley for a wedding, and I was doing a couple work calls on our way there, and I wasn't paying attention to which route we took via the GPS, and we ended up going through Mackey and the mountains, and I'm like, we would be lost without some sort of technology here
Oh my
because
God.
we don't carry an atlas in this vehicle. So
I'm looking for a pat on the back here because I'm married
dude,
30.
I'm telling you, good on you.
37 years we've married, Deb and I. So together 39. There was a courting process there too. But we went in 1999. Deb and I flew to France, to Paris, and then we rented a car in Paris and drove to Normandy.
Wow.
No language, no GPS, and it was maps. And we're still married. It was a test very early on. I guess we'd have been married about 10, 11 years by then. But it was, we did it. It was possible. And now it's just we're dependent on it. And I am, Michael, I'm here, and we'll get into it. We'll get this show started. I am one of those hunters. I was not born with a natural sense of direction. Period. I've come to terms with that over my lifetime. And I'll give you an example. In Denver, 32 years in Denver, walking out of a movie theater when I went in like at 4, 5 in the afternoon, 2.5 hour movie, come out and it's pitch dark, and I did not know where I parked. I had no idea where I was with the building, north, south, because I couldn't see the mountains. We've always lived on the eastern front range of the Rocky Mountains, always. And if they're not there, I don't know where I am. But I've been lost before in the woods. This is, again, back in the 90s before GPS. And I hated that experience so bad. As soon as, like, the Garvin big clunky things you wore around your neck came, I was like the first sale they ever had, because that experience of being lost, that was the end. I was never going to let that happen again. All right. So you're married. Yeah. And family.
Married, 5 kids.
Jeez.
They keep us on our toes. We're heading to baseball here down in Utah today.
Oh.
So, this was a good way to start my morning.
Well, you mentioned you were educated. You said BYU, and we've made progress, because at one time we wouldn't have even been able to talk when the BYU was in the WAC, the old WAC, down out west, Wyoming and BYU, big rivals. Mm-hmm. Got some great stories of BYU Wyoming games. Yeah, that included, what's his name, the Bears quarterback, Jim McMahon. That's how old I am.
Jim McMahon. If you could see you'll laugh. I'm a big Chicago sports fan. So Bears, Cubs, Bulls, so those Jim McMahon days were good days.
They were. Best defense in the history of the NFL. I think a lot of football fans would agree with me, is the 85 Bears. I still love watching old clips. Man, have we been distracted. But that's kind of the gist of this show, Michael. It's
a good time, John.
It's easy, and people they come on with me, I say, it's just you and I chatting with friends, that are listening. We're streaming. We're streaming here again with the technology. My first experience with a streaming radio right here, right now, where people can see me. But we're also broadcasting right now on 5 Wyoming radio stations, and we're getting ready to add a couple more, as I understand. So, man, we're multimedia, my friend. All right, so digital advertising.
Yeah.
What is it? The 101 explanation of digital marketing / advertising / branding, however you want to term it.
Yeah. No, and when I look at it, John, you've brought up a lot of good points of talking through how media has evolved and changed, and honestly, my view and perspective on a lot of this is the principles have stayed true from year to year. It's just to what medium and what platform we're using to get in front of people. And so as we talk how this media has evolved from billboard, TV, radio to digital radio to now Google, Meta, TikTok, etc. It's not that the way that we go about things has changed. It's the platforms have changed, technology has changed, and honestly, the coolest part of it all is our ability to track and have a real full cycle scenario where we know where something originates and where it finishes. It's just made the marketing and advertising world just so much more efficient and better.
Yeah, and why is that so important? I kind of teased it earlier about where the audience is these days. So kind of a simple question.
I mean, for all those business owners or marketing directors, managers that are out there, I mean, I'm sure they use some sort of financial measurement to evaluate their performance, and so the reason why that's so important is we can tie back actual dollars to where things are going and performing. And so a CEO or a COO that don't per se care about the nuts and bolts of marketing can get aligned with, our marketing effort is driving X in return, and they do understand those numbers.
You bet. Well, one of my bullet points here on my research is about measurement and measuring success. That's a big difference from traditional media, for sure. Very difficult in the olden days to measure with traditional media, but you're educated. You've realized that this is the direction things are going. Somehow, some way, you end up with a company called Get Found First. Now, first of all, I'm big into branding. That is something we've done for a long time in the marketing world. And Get Found First, man, that's simple. That's to the point. I get it. Our listeners get it. So what's the founding of Get Found First? Give us a little background on your organization.
Yeah, so Get Found First has been around since about 2008. Based out here in Southeast Idaho, Star in Rexburg. When the business had transitioned owners, we moved it to Blackfoot from here. And so for the last 14 years or so, Get Found First is focused on pay-per-click advertising. So that'd be like Google search, SEO, which would be organic search in search engines. We do social media advertising, whether you want to run ads on any of these social platforms, as well as website design and development. We do a lot of that as well as companies are trying to, get their first start on digital. Well, that website's such a huge first stepping stone to being able to capture all this data that we're going to be talking about.
I want to give my audience a chance. We're going to take a commercial break here real quick. But I do want to give my audience an opportunity to ask some questions of you as well. I have up on the screen, or I did a second ago. Here it is. Our studio line. You're welcome to, if you call in, I'll get the message after the show and pass along your request. But text me and I'll check it out throughout the show today. So 307-278-9598, whether that's a question for me or for Michael. Michael Tominaga with Get Found First. He's the Chief Experience Officer. So a question for him, question about digital marketing, question about marketing, sales, branding, any of that. That's what we're talking about this hour here at 624. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Okay, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio 627, Saturday, September 27th. John Baggett, your buddy Bags, and you get the crickets this morning, Michael, since you're my first guest here in the Zoom room because it's still dark. All right. It's not funny, but it is dark outside, and we're supposed to get sunny today all across the state of Wyoming with, depending on where you are and your elevation, highs in the 70s and some places 80s, others lows in the 30s. It's here. It is definitely fall. The right now the bow hunters are up here in the Bighorns. It's bow hunting season, and don't know how they're doing, but I'm a little bit jealous. I haven't bow hunted since my 20s, but rifle season is coming up. It's something that I do, and I'm what you call an environmental hunter, where most times the the wildlife have no problem with your buddy Bags. So anyway, so Michael and I know each other through a friend of ours and an associate of yours. I'm assuming you guys are friendly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Zach Tiger.
Zach's a good one.
And these
Everyone
guys
must be friends with Zach.
These guys that get found first, and one source. Say what is it? I don't have that in front of me. It's one source. What's the company that you're associated with?
Spot On Solutions.
Spot On
yeah.
I wasn't even close. Spot On Solutions. Sorry, Zach. Anyway, so I have here, GF, I found that this was on your website. It said, we create profit-driven digital advertising strategies. That's Get Found First at, is it getfoundfirst.com?
Correct, yeah.
Easy enough. And you can always call 208. I guess that's a Idaho area code.
Yeah.
268-5595, 208-268-5595. And so we create profit-driven digital advertising strategies. Again, something we can all relate to. Certainly business owners can. So I have a picture here. For those of you who are streaming us, you can see it. But those who are listening to the broadcast, if you want to, you can go. All our shows are archived. You can go to cowboystatedaily.com and do the radio drop down and see it for yourself. But I do have a image here of your team. So tell us who's on the team, and I'll pop that up while you're describing them.
No, we're super excited. We've got an awesome team here in Southeastern Idaho. A lot of people, as we talk with different clients, are like, "Where are you guys at? Did you say Iowa?" And we're like, "No, Idaho. Think potatoes."
Yeah,
they start laughing, but we look at the team that we've been able to accumulate here. All of them, ranging from experienced graphic designers to really skilled digital marketers to some of our other managers. As we've grown, we didn't realize we really are a people business. We sell us as a people, because there's a lot of people, there's a lot of agencies out there. We're a dime a dozen. But really, I think what differentiates us is our team. We've just been so lucky to be able to have people refer, different relationships that we've had just to connect with a lot of these talented individuals. And we went from, I was employee number one back in the early days, to now we're just shy of 50 people.
Wow.
Between Get Found First and Spot On.
Well, congratulations. That speaks volumes. And so let's get into it a little bit here. The realities that we talked about earlier of traditional advertising, which I think still has a place. Absolutely.
Most definitely.
Yeah. And we'll get into how the mix can work, et cetera. But again, that audience is shrinking because of it scattering to so many different areas to get media and to get messaging.
When I look at that, John, you brought up a really good point earlier. Whether it's traditional media, digital media, whatever it might be, there are tactics for each of those to help us really kind of lean into those. And so when we say, like, where we have to really understand who is our audience, who's our ideal target customer, and go to the platforms that they're at. They might still be on radio. They might still be in the newspaper. They might, still be on TV. Yeah. Those are all great channels. But now what's really cool is we've got some additional tools that can help us track and measure. And we're not just, as John, just relying on like that Nielsen data for that. We can actually leverage some of these other platforms to help tell us how effective some of that marketing might be.
Well, and that just to prove the point, Cowboy State Daily, very proud of what my friend, a very good friend, lifetime friend, Jimmy Orr has put together here. He's our executive editor and one of the founders. And so we broadcast still, and we're growing our broadcast network of stations, and we're streaming on our website. You can go there anytime. All our shows are archived. That's another advantage. It's all there. You can go back to my first show. You think I'm screwing up technology now? You should go back and see the fiasco that was. Yeah, it'll be fun for you. But
those are the golden episodes.
Yeah, you betcha. Well, that was back in March of this year. So, but anyway, we're on YouTube. We're on X Live. We're on Facebook Live. There's probably something else that I'm not remembering. But because of that reality, Jimmy and our team here at Cowboy State Daily, we realize that that's all or at least some of the different places that people are finding our media. Yeah. So business wants to come out of the Stone Age. So let's talk to a business owner here this morning. And thanks for tuning in, whoever that is. What would you tell them? Where would you get them started? What would be the first thing? And I kind of have what I think is, I'm curious if we're on the same page. What is that?
Yeah. So when I kind of look at like businesses that are just trying to get going, like what's the first step? Like for me, it's identifying what is the goal that we're actually trying to accomplish. And I think that's why we resonate with so many business owners, because that might be identifying what's that ideal lead, or what product am I trying to sell or move, and understanding maybe some of the strategy and the goal behind it, but also what tactics would work. Because John, we've talked about this a lot, and it goes back to the traditional marketing adages of the different P's, product placement, all that. We have to just understand, where do we need to go with a
Yeah.
lot of this, and so for me, it's that big identification of where we need to go, and then from there we can start talking about like the tactics and strategy, whether that's getting a website up and going, or getting a Google Ads account going, and writing different ad messaging and creative.
Well, you
But
you went a little deeper, so we weren't quite, but almost, because my first thought was the first thing for a business owner in the digital marketing world would be a website that
yes,
you would be proud of. I look at the website these days is like the clerk
yeah,
at the bank, at the store, anywhere. The person who represents your company isn't, the Harvard educated professor genius. It's the person they see first. The first interaction they have with your company is that clerk. And still to this day, in person, brick and mortar, business owners, who's greeting those people, who's in front and representing your business. That's kind of today your website.
oh, I agree. When we look at that, we have to have something that's in place that can capture and convert our potential customers. Any client I talk to, if their website isn't uh, really kind of, they feel real confident in its ability, and we have data to show that it's converting, that's the first place we want to go. Because why would we want to invest a dollar if we
No.
know we're going to waste some of that spend if our website's not up to par?
Well, I've seen, I'm kind of turned into kind of a snob, website snob in my old age. When I see a poorly constructed or an outdated website, I think it reflects on it's like, okay, back to the clerk at your deli, and they
Yeah.
come to the counter and they're covered with blood, and they look like they did an all-nighter here at the Mint Bar or something, and that's who you see when you come in to get your pastrami on rye.
Yeah.
And well, that's your website. So they go there, and it looks like it was put together, by an eighth grader, as a school project. Do I want to do business? Is this does this represent their level of sophistication?
Yeah, we've had some really cool clients over the years, that that exact story you're talking about, John, where they're like, we need to look the part. We need to make sure our customers can trust us, because they know that we've taken our business seriously, so we'll take theirs seriously
Mm.
as well. And so I think that, what you're saying just resonates so well with so many people out there.
So the website, that seems obvious to me. There's some aspects to it that I've learned over the years. You and I've talked about it before with video versus still shots. People naturally, you start getting into the human behavior aspect. You guys do that. Who's
Yeah.
looking? When are they looking? How they're looking? So there's demographic profiling. There's economic profiling. All of that. But one of the key things is that you do have it doesn't have to be video, it can be animation. But in this day and age, if you want to get somebody's attention, make things move around a little bit.
Yeah. No, it's really interesting. I mean, as I've watched the industry evolve, it used to be, oh, let's move from text to stills, and then from stills to animation, from animation to full-blown video. And when we look at the media today that users consume, man, I would say in recommendation that UGC type style content, even though it might be a low production cost, is just as viable, if not more viable, than some really high end still production, like graphic design production. And so any type of video that you can do and get has just such a high engagement rate because people like to see it. I mean, it's the whole point you guys are streaming, this broadcast is because people want to watch it. They don't always just want to listen. And so yeah, I mean, media has become much richer over the years.
You bet. I'm going to do a break. It's our last one here, but when we get back, so we're going to get kind of into the technical aspect of the marketing side of it, which, of course, the website, would you consider that the branding side of the business? I mean, along with the practical aspects, because you can use that website to collect data, to collect information, contact information, how to get back to the people who are, leave messages, etc. But it's also very much a branding. Think of it as a driving by a billboard at 80 miles an hour on I-90 is your website. But when we get back, so I still have a little bit of confusion. I'm boomer, and we've got everything from the boomers on up to probably the greatest generation listening, as well as all the way down to Gen Z. Some of these things like SEO, what's the difference between SEO and SEM, PPC, pay-per-click in some of those. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty a little bit here after the commercial break, but it's necessary because those are the things that can help you go out and bring business in. Now it's no longer an accidental, somebody stumbled upon your business while they were doing something else. Now you're reaching out there with what we call keywords to grab folks that may be looking for your business, your service, your product. So, all right, stick around. We'll be back. It is, what time is 6:41 in the morning on a Saturday with your buddy Bags. I'm with Michael Tominaga, the Chief Experience Officer at Get Found First. We'll be back on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Man, that's pretty rocking for this early in the morning. It's 6:45. Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. John Baggett in Sheridan, Wyoming, in his humble little studio. Talking to a gentleman in Blackfoot, Idaho, in our Zoom room. That's Michael Tominaga, Get Found First, Chief Experience Officer. Big part of my world in media has been in the advertising sales side. So I'm always fascinated because I learn a lot every time I talk with guys with this kind of background, this kind of knowledge, because it's so important. If you're a business owner, do get a hold of my friend Michael and his team at Get Found First. If you have questions and or you want to start digital marketing, or if you want to upgrade your website, any of those things, I do that with him and some of the stuff I'm involved in. Specifically with this group, I trust them absolutely, because I've had that experience before with them and their some of the people in their organization, which, by the way, when that picture was up, I noticed you got a pretty good mix. I don't know if I saw any boomers, but I definitely saw some Gen Xers. There's some millennials, Z, and the rest. But so you've got it covered. But they're the people, they're the experts. It's funny because a lot of times when I'm not bothering you or Zach, good morning, Zach Tykert, I'm bothering my sons when it comes to some of my issues with technology. The internet, Wi-Fi, it's something doesn't work. I can be pretty lazy because you can always find an answer to it online, but it's easier to call my sons and have them roll their eyes. Come on, Dad. But anyway, we were talking about now some of the more sophisticated aspects. Am I jumping ahead if I start describing keywords, SEO, search engine optimization, SEM, and pay-per-click in those things? Maybe you should ease us into that and why they're important.
No, those are all great things, John. And when you talk about them, there's a lot of buzzwords in there. You know, you right before the break, you talked about, well, what's the difference between SEM and SEO?
Yeah.
And when we throw out those acronyms, what we're really saying is search engine marketing and search engine optimization. And most would be, man, those seem really, really similar.
Right.
And they are, but they're different tactics. And so for those that are trying to understand this world, SEM is going to be that paid function of it. So Google ads, any type, Microsoft ads, all that will fall under that SEM umbrella. And then when we look at the SEO or search engine optimization umbrella, that's going to be how do we rank naturally or organically in the search engines? And that's going to be, for lack of better terms, your free option. And really the way that we go about that is how do we become the most relevant thing for whatever keyword that someone's searching for. And so that's kind of really the differentiator between the two.
Just to, that I can relate to, the ad. So if I'm looking for, and it's happened to me recently, I'm in the market for something and I start Google searching, and to some people it bothers them that they're able to track that. The algorithms is a word that comes up, is that you're showing a tendency, you're showing interest in something. And from a business perspective, what it does is that customer, that potential customer, is showing interest. And if you're doing it right, and if you're engaged in digital marketing, then potentially your business will show up on that person's screen, on their phone, when they're shopping and while they're in the buying process.
Yeah, no, John, you bring up a good point, and for me, privacy is a big deal. You know, we talk about ads and like, oh man, I skipped through the ads or this or that. Well, for me, as long as an ad is hyper relevant to my personal interests, I don't care if I'm being shown an ad or an organic result, just because it's trying to deliver me the best possible experience that Google can provide. And so for me, relevancy is the key to that issue, especially when we talk about our privacy.
Funny relatable is just recently, so I'm getting fed ads and I'm annoyed, and how did they pick me out? What did I do? And then I'm annoyed with it. 2 seconds later, an ad of something I am shopping for, and I'm walking out of this room into the living room where my wife is, and go, here, look, see? And I'm showing her the ad. 2 seconds ago, I was complaining about being fed ads. So it's a double-edged sword. I get it. I mean, I get annoyed too, but I get annoyed with good old-fashioned, TV commercials. I get annoyed if I'm reading the newspaper, which I do. If I have a Sunday morning where I can spread out an old-fashioned, ink-smelling, ink-staining newspaper, that means I've got an hour of nothing to bother me. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful thing. But I get annoyed.
I'm a millennial, and I love print. I love paper. There's something to be said for that physical presence of having something in your hands that you're reading and trying to digest.
It's a good day when I have time for that. But I'm in the digital news world now with Cowboy State Daily, so I'm also an advocate of that because I'm a news junkie. But the point that I was making is the newspaper, I'll go page like ads. Come on, man. So it's always been there, and sometimes with billboards you're driving by and say, man, they're sure messing up the view from here with those highway billboards. So advertising is there's both sides of the coin. I get it. So one of the things that I mentioned was the keyword. I understand what that is because it only makes sense. That's where you're narrowing down. Somebody, let's say, is interested in fly fishing. Yep. And you own a fly fishing shop. So obviously you're going to have fishing poles as one of your keywords.
Yeah, John, you actually teed this up perfectly, because as we look at like the difference of like that newspaper and to now moving to that digital world, if I'm that fly shop, if I put an ad in the newspaper, I have to hope that I get in front of some angler, that's in circulation of that newspaper. But now as media has evolved, I can now put an ad out there that only targets people that search for fly fishing rod or fly fishing shop near me, and just be hyper relevant to people looking. And so we see our conversion rate just go through the roof, because now we're actually getting in front of people with intent, versus before it was like, hey, we're planting some seeds, we're sowing some brand awareness, and we're hoping to get in front of the right person,
So these are all things that your organization, that's what Get Found First does. They kind of walk you through. You said it earlier, identify, what this business needs. Maybe they have a great brand and they don't need a big branding operation, or maybe they have a good website. They don't need to do that, but they're finding that their competition is heavily into the digital marketing in spaces that they're not in. And one of those obvious places, and one of the most difficult for anybody, is the social media and what is relevant and where should I go, and all the demographic profiling and lifestyle profiling that goes with that. Help us out a little bit, Michael. What would you do with somebody that's the question they have? What about social media?
Yeah, I think social media is a great tool, and it's understanding how that fits in the customer journey in the mix, And so as we look at social media, the place that I see that social holds is we're able to really establish our brand and who we are by using these types of platforms. Now, picking which platform of that to go on, whether you're on TikTok, Snapchat, Meta, Instagram, Facebook, that will vary based upon the target audience you're going at, just because, as you mentioned, the user demographics are so wide and vast across all these platforms. But really, when I see it, we're trying to do what we call disruptive marketing. We're inserting an ad into a feed, hoping that we catch their attention and establish, hey, when you're in need of X, this is who you should, go to. And so it's a cheaper impression. It's a good place to be, but understanding how to really use that tool in your tool belt is critical to your success.
Well, and so even the carriers themselves, the differences with who is on Facebook, who is on Instagram, who is on TikTok, who is on LinkedIn, etc. That's part of it. I showed a image that you can't see, but some of our audience can, is your team strategizing, in the conference room, and I'm sure it's one company, and you guys are figuring out where should their messaging go.
Yeah. I mean, that's a daily part of what we do. I mean, there's different strategic huddles that we have. There's different client meetings we have daily that we're really trying to coordinate and figure out where's the best place to kind of take a brand or to use an advertising budget. And so there's so much collaboration. You'll kind of laugh because during the years of a lot of remote work with the COVID years, we still felt like we needed that in-person collaboration. So as you see that image, I mean, that really is how we function day to day. For us, just being remote and communicating via instant message, Slack or email or video conferencing even isn't enough. And so that's why we've strived really hard to get people to our offices to work there, because the team collaboration is just so cool when you see it in the moment.
We've got about 3 minutes to go here, but I know that some people, I do, have concerns about social media and associating with some of what is out there. And what would you say to them? How are there safeguards?
Yeah, those are really fair concerns, and especially as we talk with different brands there and maybe a little bit more regulated type policies. Picking and choosing which platforms you're going to be on is an important piece. I do think the safeguards that you can take are there some account settings that you can select to help make sure you don't show alongside sensitive topics. So there's some of those technical things that you can do, but also I think making sure that your messaging is really in line, so that way no one can take that out of context either.
I see.
So there's two levers that you'd want to pull and push there.
There are ways of targeting. Again, we talked about demographically age. So if you're not targeting, let's say, some of the stuff that a 15 or 16-year-old would want to look at. So when you place your digital marketing, then you are targeting, let's say, 25 to 34-year-olds or 34 to 54-year-olds. You could do that. And then you could do it geographically, correct?
Yep. It's funny as you're saying these different age groups and demographics, it's kind of funny because they resonate with, I think, platforms. If we're talking about the youngest generation right now, Gen Z, and some of these, younger kids, TikTok. When you talk about, that 25 to 34, Instagram. When you talk 34 to say 54, you got Facebook. And as we look at the different platforms, we can pretty clearly define where we need to be. I think my biggest message to most businesses is don't try to be everything to everyone. It's just too hard. I wish that all of us had infinite dollars to work with, but that's not how business works. And so trying to really hone into who you are, who your audience is just mission critical in all that.
Well, we're just about out of time, my friend. I appreciate very much you getting up early with your buddy Bags here talking about this. There's so much more. Very quickly, I want to give contact information. GetFoundFirst.com and talk to Michael and his team or call him 208-268-5595. And any questions you have, you're not the only one that has them, and there's a lot of different ways to go. So that's our wrap for this hour. It went quickly, as it always does, Michael. Thank you very much for joining us here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back after the news with a new topic on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Albany County is seeking $175,000 from the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security so they can create an anti-terrorism task force. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke with Albany County Sheriff Aaron Applehans on Thursday, who says that the county is seeking special tactical response training, emergency communications equipment, armored personnel protection, and other equipment.
This is largely an initiative to get ahead of these threats, to be preventative rather than reactionary. Now, these funds are going to come from the federal level, and one county commissioner, Pete Gosar, told me that he's concerned that some of these major cuts to the federal budget could impact his ability to receive this grant. Nonetheless, they're still going to go ahead and try to get this terror task force off the ground, and hopefully big things are coming soon to Albany County.
County officials won't give specifics on what potential threats there could be for the county. Laramie County Community College is considering a name change, but a name change could be costly, in the six figures range, but it would better represent what the college offers, including various bachelor's degrees. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean says it would also clear up confusion because the college isn't in the town of Laramie, but in the Laramie County city of Cheyenne.
The name is confusing because it's Laramie County, not Laramie, the town of Laramie down the road. When looking at what contributes to a student from Colorado or Utah coming to Wyoming at LCCC and what discourages them, that was one of the things they found, is that the name is confusing. The students don't realize that it's actually closer to their home than they think in Colorado, for example. And that's a factor in their decision why they might pick a college. This is close to home. I can still maintain contact with my family while going to school. They also don't realize, because of the community in the name, they don't realize there are Bachelor of Science degrees, that there's a residence hall, that there's an orchestra, that there are all these things that a more regional college would offer.
School officials say the process will take about 18 months to decide on the new moniker. When hunters kill big game animals, there's a lot left over once the meat has been taken, hide, bones, guts, and such. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports to combat careless and illegal carcass disposal. Wyoming Game and Fish have installed carcass dumpsters at several locations in the Sheridan-Buffalo area.
Game and Fish is concerned that it can accelerate the spread of chronic wasting disease, which is that condition that is 100% fatal in infected moose, deer, and elk. What Game and Fish has done is they've increasingly started to put these carcass dumpsters around. So encouraging hunters, rather than just toss your carcass anywhere and everywhere, which is illegal, by the way. You're allowed to leave a carcass at a kill site, but you're not allowed to just take it and throw it hither and yon. You're obligated to take it to a landfill or something. And so Game and Fish is just trying to make that easier. The old saying that the best way to get people to do something is to make it convenient for them. And so hunters have a place where they can go and dump their carcasses in these dumpsters that are far enough removed from towns and places like that.
Game and Fish says the response from hunters and citizens has been positive, with the most heavily used dumpsters averaging approximately 7 tons of carcasses during the hunting season. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
And there's a newly discovered comet streaking across the night sky. Any Wyomingite with a good pair of binoculars can see it for the next month. The Swan Comet was discovered by an amateur astronomer. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi says this is an extraordinarily rare event.
This comet was found by an amateur astronomer, and then once they alerted other observatories, they checked out the same spot and they saw the same thing. This is the third time in human history, as far as we know, that we've detected a comet that is not from our solar system. It's from outside of our solar system. So it's the third time in 7 years that we found a comet that didn't originate from our neighborhood.
Max Gilbraith, planetarium coordinator at the University of Wyoming, encourages Wyomingites to find the Swan Comet while it's visible. It might be a while before there's another comet we can see from Earth. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, good morning and welcome back to Cowboy State Daily with your buddy Bags. I'm John Baggett. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming, where it is 39 degrees right now. It's sunny in Wyoming across the state, according to Don Day, Wyoming's weatherman. Mostly clear overnight in some areas. We do have smoke from those Canadian fires still floating over at least like the top third of the state of Wyoming. Mostly highs in the 70s, low 80s, and then lows tonight from the mid-30s to mid-50s across Wyoming. Well, I'm really excited about this hour. I have a feeling I'm very much kindred with these folks that are joining us and want to thank them for getting up early with me. Hang on a second. I'm going to fix my screen because right now you guys are really big in there and I'm small. So give me 1 second. That's easy enough for me to fix here. Okay, so here we are. There we go. In the Zoom room, please welcome Scott and Carissa Smith. Scott is our Wyoming State Representative from the 5th District. That's Goshen County. So we're talking Lingle, Fort Laramie, Torrington, right?
Yeah,
and
that's correct.
Who else is in there that I'm forgetting and missing?
Oh, we have the towns of LaGrange and Yoder, Huntley, Veteran,
Yeah, so
and
big.
Hot Springs.
So the metropolises of Wyoming there.
There you go.
It's a beautiful part of the country. Have spent much time in that area. Have friends, as you and I have communicated a little bit. Hopefully they're listening this morning. But welcome and thank you for joining me. And I said earlier, I feel like we're somewhat kindred. As a practicing Christian, I recognized that that's something that's very important to you too. And so part of this, as I was describing this this segment of my show, I used the term pilgrimage of sorts that you guys have experienced. So first of all, the Honorable Scott Smith. I had to look that up, right? I said, what do you call a state representative if you're trying to be formal? And I'm not shy about things that I don't know. I'll ask. And you're married, and your wife's name is Carissa. And thank you, Carissa, as well for joining us, because this experience that you guys have involved both of you. But before we get into that, and we're talking about the funeral that you attended, one of our great writers here at Cowboy State Daily, Claire McFarland, wrote a story that was very descriptive and moving to me. And here it was on September 22nd. If you want to read the story that Claire McFarland did about your pilgrimage to the funeral of Charlie Kirk. And it is very interesting. Very interesting. It's like I said, it's moving. But also, I wanted to get a little background of who you are. You're serving our state. You're in the state legislature. And so describe, first of all, where you're from. Are you a homie there in Lingle? Tell us a little bit about your background, Scott and Carissa.
Well, I was born in Fort Wayne, Indiana, but pretty much grew up in a suburb of Detroit. And so have a lot of interesting experiences growing up in a big city. And after leaving Detroit, I went to Honduras. And I was a teacher at an orphanage for a few years. And after living in Honduras, I always wondered, why was I ever afraid of Detroit? It's no longer as scary as living in Honduras. And so I had an opportunity to work for a nonprofit here in Lingle, and they recruited me to come work for them. Didn't last too terribly long. The organization moved on, but I fell in love with Wyoming, fell in love with Lingle, and placed roots here. Excuse me, and I've been here for over 15 years. And so...
How about you, Carissa? Are you from around
No,
here?
I'm not a native Wyomingite. I born and raised in Naples, Florida, which is southwest Florida, and met Scott on a missions trip to Honduras after he had come back, was living here in Goshen County for quite a while. He came back to Florida and went on a missions trip with the church that I attended. And that's how we met, and we became really good friends. And then he's like, I'm going to Wyoming. You want to come with? And so here I am.
Yeah.
But I love Wyoming. I always say that, I was made for Wyoming. It just took me 25 years to get here.
You bet. Well, we're similar. I came from North Miami, Florida, and ended up in Wheatland, Wyoming as a teenager, from South Beach to the South Platte. And I just made that up. That's the first time I've said it.
I love it.
But or the North Platte, yeah.
That's right.
Come on, Bags. Anyway, we've been here ever since. My family came out hunting when I was a child, and Dad did the same thing. When Mr. Michelina, when my dad said, "Well, how much land do you own?" and he said, "As far as you can see." And that was it. Dad was in. We moved, and then eventually we got up here to Sheridan in the 70s, and my family's been here ever since. And like you, Scott, I spent 32 years in Denver after starting the radio here in Sheridan, and left in '84, met Miss Wright in Laramie, and then Cheyenne, and then Denver for 32 years, and finally made it home not too long ago. So I told you we're somewhat kindred here. So you're, briefly, Scott, if you wouldn't mind, how you got your start in politics, what motivated you to do that?
Well, it's always interesting how God works, because I want to say back in 2016, Franklin Graham did a 50-state prayer at the Capitol. And I loaded up on a bus with a bunch of locals, and we went down to Cheyenne and prayed. And I remember on the bus going and just talking about how inspirational Franklin was and how we need to really be involved in politics. And so at the time I thought, maybe I'll run for school board, city council, dog catcher. I had no idea. And I put it on the back burner, and it stayed there for quite some time. And then we were attending a church in Wheatland, and we were going to Jeremy Haroldson's church. He was one of the few churches during COVID that didn't mask up and get all crazy with the COVID stuff. And so I wasn't working on Fridays. And so during session, when I said, hey, let me drive from Lingle to Wheatland, pick you up, I'll drive you down to the Capitol, let you have time to either sleep or read bills or return phone calls while I drive. And so I sat in the gallery all day long on Fridays, and then drove him home and came back to Lingle. And as I'm sitting there and observing, I just felt like my representative didn't really represent the people of Goshen County very well. And I remember the last one of the bills that kind of was the final straw for me was wanting to add 2 names to a birth certificate and extra parents. And so there would be a total of 4 spots for parents. And something inside of me said, this isn't right. And the ploy was more or less, hey, the top two names are the biological mother and father, but if you want to adopt or your child or be a surrogate for somebody, you could avoid the adoption process and put the parents who wanted to adopt. And something just inside of my spirit was like, this is bad. Lord, why is it bad? And I just had the sense that it would be a slippery slope from there for bad things to happen to children. And so whether it's people selling their children without the adoption process or anything, it's like, this could go bad. And so I'm like, well, we need somebody who will listen to the Lord and be willing to say no more often to some of these things.
I'm not surprised that there was a particular incident that said get off the chair and get into this and contribute there. Carissa, how about you? What are you working, or what's going on in your world?
Yeah, so I work in Lingle. I work at a little bank here as the head teller.
Gotcha. Okay, so here's my awkward transition. You're disabled, Scott, and that describe to you. So I think you and I have spoken about this a little bit. So I have a brother who was disabled. He's passed away, but so I have had some experience with that and access and some of the other issues that go along with it. If you don't mind describing what your disability is, and I do have a couple pictures that you sent that'll help illustrate for those who are streaming with us. We're also broadcasting on 5 Wyoming stations right now, but anybody who wants to, who's listening, but wants to see what I'm talking about, they can go. All our shows are archived at cowboystatedaily.com. So, but if you don't mind describing your disability, I really appreciate it.
Well, I'll make the transition a little less awkward by answering your question. So, no, yes, it is a birth defect that I was born with, and it is called Proteus syndrome with lymphomangioma. It actually wasn't named until the year that I was born, and one of the doctors that cared for me actually was the one who named it. And so at the time, they only knew of about 50 cases recorded in history to have this. But since technology and advancements in documents and records, they've found as many as 200 around the world. So still pretty rare. What it basically means is all my veins and arteries and nervous system are all deformed and at the surface of the skin. And so you may have seen people with like the port wine skin that's like all red and things like that.
Sure.
That is essentially what my entire left side of my leg looks like, pretty much from my rib cage even down to my toes. So there's a lot of swelling, very poor circulation. So I wear a support stocking for compression to try to help reduce the swelling and things like that.
So so the crutches that you use aren't the crutches that I use when I twisted my ankle or whatever. They're the ones that have the handlebars, or I don't know how to describe it. Scott, you see what I mean by
cuffs around the arm.
Yeah.
So I would say they're European crutches. And so there's just a little band around the arm. So I am forced to put all my weight on my hands, as opposed to people who put them up under their armpits, because that rubs your armpits raw. The crutches are much longer. They're much more cumbersome, getting them in and out of the car. These are a lot shorter, so they fit places. And, you go to a restaurant and it's like, where do you put your crutches? And you try to slide them under the table and not let the wait staff trip on things.
Whack the folks, the family in the booth behind you. I get it. Absolutely. But we did have last weekend or the weekend before, our whole hour we did on ADA and accessibility. My neighbor and best friend and brother in Christ, Tony Danforth, is a gentleman with paraplegia, and he's in a wheelchair, and he's a big dude. So he takes up a lot of space. So we talked about that, and we'll do it again, and maybe I'll reach out to you when that's my topic again. As I've said, having a family member through that, it's kind of a soft spot in my heart. Don't park at a disabled parking spot in front of me. I'm just warning folks. Anyway.
Well, and especially when I was younger, man, I would pull up into a handicapped spot and people would start yelling at me, "You're too young. What are you doing stealing the handicapped spots?" And my plate had it, and so they thought I was stealing someone else's. And then when I get out and they see me walking with crutches, then they kind of feel embarrassed.
Oops, I get it.
Just looking at me from sitting down and all, you wouldn't know anything was wrong. So,
right. And why am I getting into this? I mean, what does that have to do with our topic here and your visit to your pilgrimage? I'm going to stick with that. I think it's really, if you read the story, September 22nd by Claire McFarland in Cowboy State Daily, you'll see where I became fascinated with this experience you guys had, and why I'm bringing up your disability, because the just getting to it and the access to it is pretty incredible, and then we all want to hear about that experience. So let's do this first break here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. A few commercials. We'll come back and talk to the Honorable Scott Smith. He's the Wyoming State Representative from District 5, Goshen County here in Wyoming. And we'll be back at 7:20. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Panda, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. for any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday. Your buddy Bags, 724. In the Zoom room is the Honorable State Representative for Goshen County, District 5, and his wife, Carissa. Scott Smith. Scott, I kind of teased it earlier that, and the reason I was asking you about your disability and your mobility issues is because as the story went in Cowboy State Daily, you guys, you decided to attend the funeral of Charlie Kirk in Arizona, in Phoenix, at that, 80,000 seat arena. And I feel like I just want to give you the floor. And Carissa, stand by, because I know that you have a perspective of it all your own, and I want to hear about that as well. But Scott, tell us why. I mean, you knew it was going to be difficult. You knew it was going to be very popular, and a lot of folks were headed that way. So right from the beginning, what made you decide you wanted to attend?
Well, it's interesting because sometimes my walk with Christ, I've had an encounter with him probably about 8 to 10 years ago, where I really started listening to that still small voice inside of me, the Holy Spirit. And when Charlie Kirk passed, there was just a thought that came to my mind, man, if there's any way to go to his memorial service, I want to go. And
I think memorial service is the more accurate. I'm calling it a funeral, but it really was more of a memorial service. So thanks for clarifying that for me.
Yeah. And so back in April, Charlie came to the University of Wyoming, and I traveled about 2 hours from Lingle to the university. And he was just so inspiring, so unapologetic about his faith, so inspirational to the youth, and encouraging them to, one, live a life in Christ, two, get married, and be good husbands and wives, and have lots of children. And so it was just, I left there donating money to the local Turning Point chapter and to the Turning Point USA, just because I believed in their mission and what they do. And so I kind of was praying. I'm like, Lord, if I get an invite, I'm going to go. So Lord, you need to send that invite. And in my many, hey, donate more money emails, they had a little link that said RSVP for the ceremony. And so I'm talked to Carissa, and I said, hey, do you want to go? This would be a great thing. She was a little more hesitant, and can we do it in a weekend? Because we both have to work on Monday. The expense is great. And I just was like, this is a moment in history.
That's what your wingman is for, wing person. To keep us in check there, Carissa. And I get it. I mean, this show is rarely, unless it's the elephant in the room, about politics. It's Saturday morning, and lifestyles and music and sports, but then this happened, and I was very much moved. And in fact, for the first time on social media, I gave my impression of what happened and what was so very wrong about it, and my concerns about our country and so forth, and expressed my in some cases for the first time, for people hearing it first time, that my Christian faith and my walk. But this show is primarily secular. but not in this case. I was very much wanting people to understand that I too was moved in the same direction that you were. I said out loud, boy, I would really love to be there at this event, this memorial service. So, Scott, I'm going to transition over on my screen on the left side there a little bit, because now I want to get to, talking about a little bit about the practical aspects of this pilgrimage that you two are on to get to the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. So, Carissa, you probably realized right away that this was going to be a chore, I guess, just getting to the arena.
I don't think I really understood because, when Scott and I first started dating, I didn't know what his disability was. I never saw him as being disabled. And so sometimes there's moments and times where I'm like, sure, yeah, let's go, let's do it. And it's not until we were in the thick of it that I was like, why didn't I drive the rental car as far as I could, drop him off, and flip the car around, go park it, and meet him wherever. He was just let him stand there until I met up with him. And it was quite I don't know, it was the longest walk of my life, because I'm watching him, give his all. Like every single step cost him something, because I could see the pain in his face. I could see that he was, that it was difficult, and yet he continued to push forward. We even had people pass us and they said, you guys should turn around. We don't know what you're doing. There's not even any room in the stadium. It's like 7:00 in the morning, and they tell us that the whole stadium's full. We'll never get in. And I'm like, are we sure we want to do this? But Scott was he was completely determined. He's like, even if we get turned away at the door, we're going.
That's what prayer's for. I bet you guys were. Yeah,
I was, yes.
Praying the whole way.
I was, definitely.
I read it's like 1.5 miles one way or so of where you.
So here's the crazy part. So the GPS said 1.7 miles till we turned into the so-called handicap parking lot.
Right.
Well, the parking lot is about a half mile wide. And then there was a half mile fence border around the entire arena that they weren't letting cars close to. And so that adds a whole nother mile. And then when I got out of line, I flipped around and went back to the intersection behind us, which added another third of a mile. So it literally was 3-mile walk.
One way.
One way, yeah.
Oh my God! Did you at least on the way back? Was there? Did you hitchhike and hop in the back of a truck or something?
No, there was a stadium worker who had a golf cart, and Scott was like, "Go ahead to the intersection," because all the roads were closed, and he's like, "Go ahead to the intersection and order the Uber, and then just tell them to wait for me." And I see this golf cart coming, and I thought, you know what? Even if I have to throw myself in front of this guy, I'm going to make him stop. And he did stop, and I asked him. He was so nice. He got Scott, and he brought him all the way up to the intersection where the road, we could get an Uber back to our car, which was only like 1.5 minutes in the car. But, man, it was such a blessing.
That's determination, Scott. And I can imagine the sweat and probably the wear and tear. I should reset here with folks who are just tuning in. Scott has mobility issues related to a birth defect that he wears. I'm just going to call them the heavy-duty crutches to get. And now he's headed into the Charlie Kirk Memorial Service at which arena is it in Phoenix?
State Farm Arena.
State Farm Arena, correct. And so. Anyway, so they made the decision, the family, the husband and wife are going to get there somehow, some way. So maybe on the way in, what was the disposition? So you're going in, there's probably already thousands of people with you, like you said, passing you by. What was the general disposition of the folks headed to the memorial service?
So it was mixed because a lot of the people walking with us were just excited to be there. And most of them, I don't even think they cared if they got in or not. They just wanted to be there to show the world that Charlie meant a lot to them.
Yes.
And so we had about 2 hours in line standing next to other people and just hearing their stories and how Charlie touched them and the movement that had already begun around the world. I mean, people going back to church that hadn't been to church in a long time and just thinking, hey, this is a moment in history that we will look back on.
And we want to be there for it, because I agree with how it is being termed by many as a revival is happening. It's still happening. And since then, it has increased. I've been watching some of the substitute hosts of the Turning Point events that Charlie would have hosted. Just the crowds are bigger than they were. And we're up to how many Turning Point chapters? In the thousands. It's incredible. It really is a movement.
Well, my email this morning, the newest number is 121,000 requests. And some of them are multiple. And so, but it's interesting listening to the Turning Point because now they have options of who they want to pick as leadership and pair people together. And so they'll already have a group of people ready to go. The journey in was kind of interesting as well, because when we got to the perimeter fence line, that's where people were camped out all night long and nothing was allowed into the arena.
Sure.
You could have maybe a wallet, your keys, and that was about it. And so people abandoned lawn chairs and bags and coolers. And so on this journey, you're just going around and stepping over things and trying not to trip on squished water bottles and, so.
But we also found a chair for Scott to sit in. So that was nice.
I saw some pictures, and I have posted some up where you, in the arena, it looks like you are seated. So I'm sure that was a relief. Did you see any resistance on the way in? Was there negative feedback happening outside on your way in as well?
So out of the hundreds of thousands of people that were trying to get in, I think there was about a dozen protesters to the event. And so they didn't affect the mood of the crowd at all. And so we were on an exterior fence when I heard all the stuff going on inside the parking lot, and we were just walking our way to a pedestrian opening, and I never felt threatened. I know of at least 2 cases near us where people passed out in line and needed medical assistance, but the parking lot was so squished and compacted that even emergency personnel had a very difficult time getting there.
We have go ahead. Sorry, Scott.
No, go ahead.
I have family. He's a cousin who lives in Phoenix area. Gilbert, is that right outside Phoenix? I don't know. Anyway, he lives in a suburb near Phoenix, and he made the determination that he was going to go. He did not make it in, and he started out very early, and he ended up with the crowd, the hundreds of thousands who ended up going, which I don't think was well reported. I think that they were talking about the mainstream media was talking about who was in the arena, and in the range of I've heard between 75,000 and 100,000, which does not even come close to the reality of how many people like our cousin, Ty, if you're listening, that's you, that ended up not getting in, but participating outside. In fact, before I read Claire's story, Ty was going to be my guest, but he didn't make it in. And he said, "Oh man, we tried so hard, and we parked way far away, and it ended up outside observing it," which I was still wanting to. But then I read Claire's story about your experience, and he got bumped. As we term it in the for you guys.
Well,
but I just, like I said, I am just so impressed. I have one more break here coming up, and I want you, if you don't mind, take us inside and what was going on there, because I watched, believe it or not, I don't even watch football this long. About 6 hours of that broadcast. It was on YouTube, and it was on the Turning Point feed. And so it started with music when there was hardly anybody there. And the mainstream media was showing the inside and said, yeah, it's not, the turnout isn't what they expected. And it was still like an hour and a half before the ceremony was supposed to start, and they were talking about the disappointment that not every seat was full. That got under my skin, because I knew what they were doing, some of them anyway. And but they had such beautiful music beforehand. I said, God, I hope, Lord, I hope there's people who are, where their faith walk is at this moment, and this is inspiring them. I think it did. So anyway, when we get back from this break, I want to talk about the experience inside with that music, hearing some of the speakers, hearing Erica, etc. I know that you guys at some point had to try to make it out of there alive, but please, if you don't mind, stick around and share some of that experience with us inside the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. It's been a week or so now. How far away from it are we? I can't remember the date all of a sudden for the memorial service. I'll never forget the
it was a week from tomorrow.
Got it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, when we come back, again, let's go inside the memorial service to Charlie Kirk with our state representative from Goshen County, Scott Smith, and his wife Carissa, joining us here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Back in a few.
Stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming. I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. I'm John Baggett. Friends call me Bags. Got a couple of pictures up here, you guys, of you two together. Here in Cheyenne, I recognize our state capital, Cheyenne, Wyoming, right there. Carissa and Scott Smith joining us in the Zoom room this morning after an experience they had at Charlie Kirk's memorial service. I saw the article written by Claire McFarland, one of our very good writers here at Cowboy State Daily. If you're not subscribing, what's wrong with you? I'm just fun and trying to lighten things up here because that's my instinct. When I get on a topic that sometimes I'm a little bit maybe uncomfortable with, and sometimes talking about my faith is uncomfortable for me in public. I've come from 44 years of secular radio, you guys. It's the closest thing to talking about my Christianity here. So, and when I'm uncomfortable, I try to be funny, much to the chagrin of my wife, Deb. Come on, man. She's there. She's kind of my technical producer, too, when things go wrong. Somebody will knock on the door, you'll hear it. But hey, listen, first of all, again, I want to thank you both very much for getting up early with your buddy Bags here to talk about this experience, because it was an experience. And again, as I mentioned, I watched just about all of it. 6 hours of sitting, watching a memorial service for somebody I'd never met before, but had watched. I'm a news junkie, media junkie. And I watched almost every day what they were producing, and I'm just being honest and forthcoming to my audience that I was a big fan of Charlie Kirk, and so I know what he was saying, and a lot of the quotes that have been taken out of context. I know what he said the whole interview, and prior to that quote out of context, and then after he made that quote, what he said. And my opinion is that there was not a mean, angry, bigoted bone in that man's body. That is my opinion. And there's people who disagree with me and think that he was controversial and their view of him is different than mine. I'm just going to go with that, and that's okay. But the point is that we should be able to talk about those differences, and that's what he did, and that's what the Turning Point events on the college campuses were all about. Let's talk about this. And generally, he kept his cool. He was more than cordial and respectful to the people that he invited with different opinions first to the microphone to talk about ask him anything. And he just sat there and took it. And I admired him for that, because I don't have, and most folks in media, in my opinion, don't have that kind of courage. They talk about, we need to talk to each other, and then they just talk to the people that live in their bubble and never get out there and hear what other people are thinking or saying. So, again, that's who I am, and I don't talk about it a whole lot, but Carissa, you and Scott are giving me that opportunity to share that. So I tuned in initially to the Turning Point stream of the Charlie Kirk Memorial, and right away, first of all, I don't know if it's my old age, I get weepy a lot. Like if there's a good commercial and they've got dogs, being cute, I get weepy. It wasn't the way I always was, but I am now at my ripe old age, and I went through probably a half a box of Kleenex by the end of that service, and immediately I was in tears. So here, what was it like being there, for crying out loud?
Well, once we got in and got seated, I think we were just initially in shock that the Lord provided and moved a way for us to get in. So it was an attitude of gratefulness just to be there, and also to sit down and I was in excruciating pain, so I was just very grateful to be there. But I think one of the most important things that as believers we underestimate is the power of worship, and worship can change the atmosphere. And so if there's a heavy laden of sorrow, what you would expect at a memorial service where people are grieving, I would even say people were carrying in anger, about the situation.
Yes.
But they had 3 hours of worship prior to being aired on TV. And when you turn your eyes and focus to Christ, it changes your perspective.
Yep.
And I think music in general affects people in the good or the negative. And if you think about it, Satan, before he was cast out of heaven, was actually a worship leader in heaven. And so he knows the power of worship. And so I think it was brilliant to have 3 hours of worship prior to the speakers, because that really set the tone. It changed people's hearts. It allowed people to just have a moment with Christ. And I think there was a lot of people there that may not have even considered themselves a Christian, but there was no denying the presence of God in that place.
I heard that from a lot of people, and people, not just celebrities. I'll just do an example of somebody, Tucker Carlson, I've been watching for 20 some years. And I've never heard him talk about his faith that I can remember. And not only did he talk about it, him amongst others, but he got into great detail, and then he was brutally honest, things that I could relate to, like you were saying about the hate and anger that I definitely have been feeling about this from September 10th. By the time this service was even a third of the way through, all that was gone, and all that was left was sadness and then hope. And that's from a viewer that's watching it on a big screen television. And so being inside there and hearing some of the testimony of these folks, what was your reaction?
Well, I would say my walk with, going back to the disability part of things, it's been a faith journey. The entire thing with, there was a time in my teenage years where I'm like, God, why did you make me this way? To a point where it's like, God didn't do it, and accepting that, but then realizing that there are doors and opportunities that what the enemy meant for harm, God can use for his good. And so it's all about perspective. And I think this event helped change the perspective of people. I know leaving there, Erica Kurt has her own app, and I'm looking for it real quick, and it's called Bible in 365. And so for years she's had that, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to join them and make sure I'm in the Word every day. And so since we've been back, we've started the app and joined all these other people using the app to get through the Bible in a year.
She has a dating app too called Faith and Fellowship. A dating app. So she's putting her money where her mouth is, her and Charlie, about relationships and finding somebody that you could, faith walk with in your life. I'm sure that's what, I don't know. I'm guessing. I haven't looked at it, but I didn't know that was there. So
yeah, we didn't either.
she's getting after it. I think I agree with a lot of people who have described this as an awakening and a turning point, of course, that people who have been on the sidelines a lot are getting up and getting off the bench and getting into it. We all realized, and I don't know, for somebody who is listening and they don't understand this, why this giant reaction, this massive, this revival because of a media personality murdered. Why has he become a martyr? Well, because I think that, first of all, he demonstrated his courage. That impressed me from way back when I first saw him on these campuses. Most of the folks there were against him, and he had more negative feedback from the audience than he had positive. And then over the years, you just watched it transition until the people who disagreed with Charlie, and in some cases, very much so, and aggressively and disrespectfully, those became the smaller percent, and the folks who were headed the other way and were taking what he said seriously was growing. And so that's where this, for somebody who doesn't quite get it, why he has been lifted into that martyrdom category, because many of us respect the fact that he put his money where his mouth is. He put his life on the line and faced those who disagreed with him and was murdered for it. So that's why, for those who don't get it, why it's become such a massive movement. I think that's just part of it. And maybe, as God is watching over, we needed this to happen in order to change some hearts and to send our country and this world in a different direction. I don't know.
And one of the things that my prayer is not only revival, because revival has a tendency to come and go, but what I really believe this is a reformation. I mean, if you think about Martin Luther nailing the 95 Theses on the Wittenberg door, he's like, this is what the church is doing wrong. This is what is good. This is what is evil. And I think we're in a season of reformation where our culture is finally saying, you know what? Enough is enough. We're going to call good, good. We're going to call evil, evil, and stand up for truth. And so that's really what my hope and prayer out of this is, not just revival, but also a reformation.
What's your, when Erica Kirk got up there, I know you've seen it since then, probably recording of it. What was your reaction to her message, and especially forgiving the person who killed her husband?
It's interesting because we were already back at our rental car and we were driving, and my eyes were watering the whole time. And I'm like, okay, Lord, just help me see. Jesus, take the wheel kind of thing, because it was powerful. And forgiveness is one of those things that I think all Christians need to practice more of, because that bitterness and resentment changes your perspective on life. And when you can truly forgive, you're set free, and you can live life full and abundant and full of joy.
Yeah.
And it's like, I choose joy over any bitterness. I mean, just look at my disability. It would be easy to say, hey, I'm going to just stay in bed because it's painful and live off the government or something like that. But when you have Christ, he's your strength,
Yes.
and he is
Amen.
your motivation, and he allows you to accomplish infinitely more than you could even imagine. I mean, I never thought I would be in politics. I never thought I would be serving the state in the capacity that I'm able to serve in.
We've only got about a minute left, less than that, about 40 seconds. Carissa, before we go, just I'm going to give you the last word, if you don't mind, about this experience. And again, only about 30 seconds or so to go.
Yeah. So just the biggest takeaway for me was the courage of Charlie Kirk and what he said, that courage doesn't take any skill. It just takes a yes. And I think that what this event and what this has done in my life, and what I feel like it's done in a lot of people's lives, has given us a little bit of courage to speak about our faith and to be more open.
Amen. Thank you both. God bless you. Thank you. And please, let's stay in touch. I hope I get to meet you both in person. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 8 o'clock straight up. Thank you for tuning in. We're coming back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio after the news. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Albany County is seeking $175,000 from the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security so they can create an anti-terrorism task force. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke with Albany County Sheriff Aaron Appelhans on Thursday, who says that the county is seeking special tactical response training, emergency communications equipment, armored personnel protection, and other equipment.
This is largely an initiative to get ahead of these threats, to be preventative rather than reactionary. Now, these funds are going to come from the federal level, and one county commissioner, Pete Gosar, told me that he's concerned that some of these major cuts to the federal budget could impact his ability to receive this grant. Nonetheless, they're still going to go ahead and try to get this terror task force off the ground, and hopefully big things are coming soon to Albany County.
County officials won't give specifics on what potential threats there could be for the county. Laramie County Community College is considering a name change, but a name change could be costly, in the six figures range, but it would better represent what the college offers, including various bachelor's degrees. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean says it would also clear up confusion because the college isn't in the town of Laramie, but in the Laramie County city of Cheyenne.
The name is confusing because it's Laramie County, not Laramie, the town of Laramie down the road. When looking at what contributes to a student from Colorado or Utah coming to Wyoming at LCCC and what discourages them, that was one of the things they found, is that the name is confusing. The students don't realize that it's actually closer to their home than they think in Colorado, for example. And that's a factor in their decision why they might pick a college. This is close to home. I can still maintain contact with my family while going to school. They also don't realize, because of the community in the name, they don't realize there are Bachelor of Science degrees, that there's a residence hall, that there's an orchestra, that there are all these things that a more regional college would offer.
School officials say the process will take about 18 months to decide on the new moniker. When hunters kill big game animals, there's a lot left over once the meat has been taken: hide, bones, guts, and such. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports to combat careless and illegal carcass disposal, Wyoming Game and Fish have installed carcass dumpsters at several locations in the Sheridan-Buffalo area.
Game and Fish is concerned that it can accelerate the spread of chronic wasting disease, which is that condition that is 100% fatal in infected moose, deer, and elk. What Game and Fish has done is they've increasingly started to put these carcass dumpsters around, so encouraging hunters, rather than just toss your carcass anywhere and everywhere, which is illegal, by the way. You're allowed to leave a carcass at a kill kill site, but you're not allowed to just take it and throw it hither and yon. You're obligated to take it to a landfill or something. And so Game and Fish is just trying to make that easier. The old saying that the best way to get people to do something is to make it convenient for them. And so hunters have a place where they can go and dump their carcasses in these dumpsters that are far enough removed from towns and places like that.
Game and Fish says the response from hunters and citizens has been positive, with the most heavily used dumpsters averaging approximately 7 tons of carcasses during the hunting season. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
And there's a newly discovered comet streaking across the night sky. Any Wyomingite with a good pair of binoculars can see it for the next month. The Swan Comet was discovered by an amateur astronomer. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi says this is an extraordinarily rare event.
This comet was found by an amateur astronomer, and then once they alerted other observatories, they checked out the same spot and they saw the same thing. This is the third time in human history, as far as we know, that we've detected a comet that is not from our solar systems. It's from outside of our solar system. So it's the third time in 7 years that we found a comet that didn't originate from our neighborhood.
Max Gilbraith, planetarium coordinator at the University of Wyoming, encourages Wyomingites to find the Swan Comet while it's visible. It might be a while before there's another comet we can see from Earth. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Good morning and welcome back to Cowboy State Daily. I'm John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags. It is 8:05, Saturday, September 27th. I host the Saturday show. Jake Nichols does Monday through Friday. We're going to be adding a Sunday. Jeff Rickett here on Cowboy State Daily's network of media. Thanks for tuning in. It's been an interesting morning so far. I'm really excited about the next hour or two. We're going to get into showbiz a little bit here, folks. But first, let me do a quick glance around the state of Wyoming weather-wise. Today, mostly clear overnight. In most areas, hot today in the 70s and 80s, and lows in the 30s and mid-50s. We do have some patchy smoke areas here in Wyoming from those Canadian fires. And let's see, right now Evanston is sunny with a temperature of 46 degrees. In Big Piney, sunny today, a high near 74. Jackson, sunny near 75. Here at Sheridan, 43 degrees, clear skies. Gillette, sunny. Torrington, sunny today, a high near 82. Cheyenne is sunny and breezy and a high near, only 71 down there. Wonder why. In Baggs, Wyoming, it's 44 degrees with a high near 79 degrees under sunny skies today. Into the Zoom room with our guest. Welcome to Justin Stroup. I'm pronouncing that correctly, Justin, am I? Stroup?
You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it.
I think I mentioned something. Hey, I'm going to have Justin Stroup on somebody at work the other day, and they corrected me. So
yeah.
You're infamous.
No, I've been called much worse. It's really confusing because there's actually a lot of Stroups in town as well. So I think, certainly my brother and my wife and daughter, I think we're the only Stroups now. So anyone else would probably be a Stroup.
Well, I tell you what, I as long as I get it eventually during the show, I feel pretty good because I have been known to foul up somebody's name here and there on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Sure.
Listen, hey, it's nice to meet you. You look familiar to me now. Maybe it's the King Ropes hat here because we all wear them.
I could just pass for any guy walking down the street
here in Sheridan, especially.
I'm in Sheridan incognito mode. I've just got my red King's Ropes hat on. Yeah.
Well, I'm curious about you. Let me full disclosure to you and why. I have a son who is an actor, and he is actually in the Netherlands. He married a beautiful Dutch woman, and they're going to be parents. He's allowing me to
congratulations to
announce
you,
our first grandchild.
Yeah.
That's going to be a long way away. But anyway, he is he graduated a theater of arts degree from Loyola in Chicago, and he started his own Shakespeare group. It's called Reckless Shakespeare, and he also teaches theater in the Amsterdam School District. And he does commercials that have aired here in the U.S. We get to see him. I'll never forget one time we were watching the March Madness at the Crazy Woman Saloon in Dayton. And the commercial pops up with our kid in it, and Deb squealed. My wife, Deb, squealed. And the whole bar was like, "What's going on there?" It's my okay. So anyway,
That's awesome.
We're biased. We love the industry. We love the whole thing about it. We follow it closely. He's got some other things that he's working on now that you could probably relate to, but I don't have permission from him to share that yet. So there's the fascination partly with what you're doing, what you're involved in. First of all, let's learn a little bit about you.
Sure.
I know you're here in Sheridan, but are you from here, family here? What's going on?
Yeah, so I grew up here in Sheridan. I was born and raised in Sheridan. Graduated from Sheridan High School, and promptly, like so many of our youth, left the state right after graduating.
Me too.
It's I've always kind of said that my two favorite things about Wyoming are leaving and coming back. I love both equally at different times, right? So it's a great big beautiful world out there, but we also have a pretty incredible place that we can all call home here.
I think you and I, and probably others, appreciate it more now that we've left and come back. I left here in 1984 as a young man with no gray hair, not fat, and came back in 2019 after 32 years in Denver, and big proponents of the Denver Center for the Performing Arts. Our son went to Denver, the Denver School of the Arts, DSA. That's where he graduated high school, and so very much connected to the entertainment scene down there. Worked at the radio station, the same organization for 27 years in Denver. But as soon as we got here, I realized that we had a very active entertainment community. And you are the founder of the Wyoming Film Festival.
The WYO Film Fest,
The WYO Film Festival. It's coming up here, October 2nd through the 5th, here in Sheridan, Wyoming, primarily at the WYO Theater, our beautiful theater, just shockingly so. In a community this size, we have such a wonderful and active entertainment scene. So Justin Stroup is our guest in the Zoom room this morning on Cowboy State Daily Radio, and he's the founder of the WYO Film Festival that's coming up. So where does this begin? I mean, 8 years ago, this will be the 8th annual, so it had to start somewhere, Justin.
Yes. So it, I think the seed of the film fest came from, I attended a film festival out in Maine, the Camden International Film Festival, and it's a kind of a documentary only film fest. It was one of I think it was like maybe their third year that I attended, and I'd never been to Maine before, and it's right on the coast, and there's lobster fishermen, and it's just all of the just makes you feel like you're in this mix of romantic Lobster Town and also like Stephen King's backyard at the same time. Like you're like, oh yeah, I get why this is also terrifying at the same way, you know. But but you know, with the Atlantic Ocean right there, and going through the festival, and it was just an incredible experience, and it's since become it's a really big deal now. I think it's like an Oscar qualifying festival. You know, it's an incredible festival. But I loved how accessible all the filmmakers were that would attend. You know, so as an attendee of the festival, you're just rubbing elbows with all the filmmakers. You're talking to them about their films, the films that you saw of someone else's. That, you know, everyone's just kind of, you know, it's a festival for the people in a big way. And the whole time I was there, I was like, okay, this town is like Sheridan, but instead of mountains and cowboys, we've got the ocean and lobster fishermen. Yeah. And then why doesn't Sheridan have a film festival? You know, we have an incredibly beautiful community here. As you were talking about, we've got such a strong arts scene here. So many of the folks that live here are such great supporters of the arts. And it was just crazy to me that we didn't have a long running film fest yet. I just, in the back of my mind, I just filed away, okay, if I ever move back to Sheridan, one or anywhere that I move, you know, at that point in time, I was like, they got to have a film fest because I'm a film fest guy. But then if I ever move back to Sheridan, if nobody's started one yet, I got to start one, you know, be the change that you want to see in the world. Right. Yeah. So do
you have a background in film production, or just a fan like me? That's, you know, I feel like for me that I'm a fan of film, and I have best friends, not just friends, but best friends who I've always encouraged, because they love film so much, that they would get involved with an organization like this, the YO Film Fest, because it's for people with that kind of passion. Where did your passion for it come from?
No, I think just very humble beginnings, just very mundane, humble beginnings. I just grew up watching movies. You know, I just love movies. You know, it was you know, from, you know, on a Saturday afternoon on the couch with my dad watching The Dirty Dozen on TV. You know, I think it was always playing every Saturday.
I think I have probably kindred with your dad, because I definitely, one of my favorite war movies is The Dirty Dozen.
It's fantastic. You know, so just, you know, connecting.
I haven't thought about that in a while. I might have to pop that on my screen.
Yeah. So I think connecting with my dad over movies, and you know, my mom is a big the old Pink Panther movies with Peter Sellers. You know, so it's just like different family members. Like,
does your dog bite?
Yeah, that is not my dog. Yeah.
Sorry, this is gonna be tough if we're gonna keep talking movies, because
I'm just so I mean, you know, my grandparents, you know, just you know, my siblings, you know, and my friends growing up, you know, we'd always just have these quotable movies, and so I just loved watching movies. I did a lot of acting, you know, in high school. Initially went to college for theater. Went to did some improv and sketch comedy writing at Second City's Conservatory.
Really?
And then kind of started doing a little bit of film production. Just did probably the most. I think the claim to fame is probably the most boring fishing show ever made. You know, did 2 seasons of that, and you know, I kind of realized that, you know, the self-taught filmmaker skills that I developed had only taken me so far. You know, through you know, connections and friendships, I was able to, you know, get work and stay pretty busy working. But I needed a little bit more professional level of mentorship, and it was either, you know, go into you know, start doing film school and move to LA and kind of do that thing, or decide that my best place and the best way that I could serve the film industry is just by watching movies. And I decided I would just watch movies
Well,
for everyone's sake out there. So yeah, fast forward to moving back to Sheridan, and I was like, okay, I think I'm gonna live in Sheridan, make my home here, or at least, at the time, at least be here for the foreseeable future. So, reached out to, I think folks that were instrumental in the fest at that time. It was like Sean Parker at Travel and Tourism, huge supporter of the fest since the beginning. Aaron Butler over at the YO Theater. We had some folks at the college that were big supporters. At the time, one of our founding sponsors was Carroll Realty and Tom Bellis over there. So we just had these, just various, Sheridan Media, that, Bob Grammons and those folks over there. Just at that time, we kind of made this, and I'm probably leaving people out, but, I'm trying to just, give credit where credit is due, because, it is really not a one person thing.
Are you as the founder, are you still involved with the YO Film Festival? What role have you taken on now?
So I would say, I think last year was the first year. I'm very lightly involved. I would be, I would love to get to a point where I can just go and sit and watch the movies like another bum in the audience type of thing
next to me.
But, just to be, but they keep pulling me back. They just keep dragging me back in, as Al Pacino would say.
Is it Burton? Who's the gentleman that I was speaking with originally? Who's in some bike race somewhere?
Yeah,
and he said he was. Pardon,
yeah, Breton. Yeah, Breton is Breton's the director of the fest right now, and he's been involved since the beginning as well. He did our our first kind of ragtag logo, and has kind of helped with PR and marketing and stuff like that. And over time we just I got him hooked on the fest, and it got to a point where I was like, I just, my wife and I, we're expecting our 2-year-old daughter, and I was
Wonderful.
like, I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm quickly running out of available time to do all the things.
Before he threw you under the bus and made you come on here with your buddy Bags, he was very complimentary. He was telling me how much you do. If you wanted somebody who has the inside scoop on this event, you have to talk to Justin Straub. So we both have him to thank for this morning. So I got a commercial break here at 8:21. When we come back, I'm really curious about who participates and how they participate. So I've done a little research, got online, can see where folks can send in entries and so forth. But there's a lot about the film festival that I don't know. So when we come back from this break, can you hang out with us for a while, Justin?
Absolutely, yeah. I'll share all the magic tricks with you.
Right on. All right, we'll come back here. It is 8:21. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. I'm John Baggett, your buddy Bags. That's the founder of the YO Film Festival. That's going to be kicking off here on October 2nd, runs through October 5th here in Sheridan, Wyoming. That's Justin Straub. We'll be back after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
As I've mentioned before on this show, during the week, my real job, so to speak, is helping folks in their efforts buying and selling real estate. I work for Bruce and Rosemary Garber at Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan. I've known Bruce since we were teenagers, and of course, he's developed a reputation of honesty, integrity. He works hard and works hard for his clients of Century 21 BHJ, whether selling or buying property here in this region, around Wyoming and Montana. Century 21 has been in Sheridan since 1908. Your buddy Bags, I'm a licensed statewide real estate agent, statewide. I have a huge network that I work with of very capable agents all over the state. So I've contacts in Gillette, Laramie, Cheyenne, Casper, right here in Sheridan and Buffalo, and many other Wyoming communities. So I'm buying, selling homes, townhomes, farmland, ranches, cabins in the mountains, raw land. If you go to my website, you can see it. If you text me here at 307-278-9598, I will share with you that link so that you can look at what we have right now listed. There's lots of properties listed, and if you're looking for something outside of the Sheridan, Wyoming area, and maybe you're looking in Laramie, maybe you're looking in Rock Springs or Casper, I have contacts there. So 307-278-9598. Shoot me a text, and I will get back to you. I'll send you the link to my website. And check out some of the inventory while you're there. You can customize your search, too. You can put in area codes specific to what you're looking for. And, of course, you also get on my website mortgage rates, current rates. A mortgage calculator is there. And I have a personal blog that I put up on it. So there's other reasons to go there. But always the latest in listings. Current property listings are on there. So you can text me at the studio. You can leave me a voice message too there. Again, at 307-278-9598, or always shoot me an email. And that's easy to remember, john@c21bhj.com.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
And welcome back to Cowboy State Daily. I'm John Baggett, a.k.a. Bags. It's 8:28 in the morning on a Saturday, and we're talking to the founder of the WYO Film Festival, scheduled here in Sheridan, Wyoming, at October 2nd through the 5th. And let me ask you, Justin. Thought my last guest was Scott. So.
Oh, that's it. I was like, who's here?
Yeah.
Who's the Scott guy?
Snuck in my studio now.
No, I'm still chuckling about that. A serious topic, but that anti-vaping ad.
Yeah.
That the girl's like, we can't be friends if your lungs collapse. It's like, well, what? Geez, like. Yeah. Sounds like you're not very good friends if you're not going to support your friends with their collapsed lungs.
Yeah,
like,
where's the love, man? Where's the
come
love?
on. People with collapsed lungs are people too.
Well, she's not going to make the cut here at the WYO Film Festival. She didn't have the acting chops that we were looking for. No,
I bought it. I bought it. She committed to the bit.
Well, we've determined that we're both movie fans, you and I. Again, we might get into here some of our favorites. Recommend maybe some of the off the beaten path movies that we would recommend for somebody. Somebody might appreciate that. I do. Whenever somebody, have you seen? And then you find a new discovery. I love it when that happens. Okay, let me get back on topic here, because as you notice, I'm easily distracted, calling you by the wrong names, getting off on. I'll start doing movie quotes here all of a sudden. But so the event kicks off here on the 2nd, which is what, Tuesday? Where are we?
Thursday. We're coming up less than a week away.
Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic. Here in Sheridan, Wyoming, at the WYO Theater. Again, if you've never been here, Sheridan has one of the most beautiful main streets, downtown areas in Wyoming, biased as I am. But it also has a very active arts community. One of the first things you notice is virtually every corner on Main Street and the couple of streets east and west of Main Street have sculptures, a lot of art here. Somebody has really made that decision to make Sheridan a place where the arts are appreciated. And of course, the WYO Film Festival that you started 8 years ago is here. So, simple question. What's the purpose of the WYO Film Festival?
Yeah, it's to connect the people of, I guess, to start with Sheridan, Wyoming, and our surrounding communities. We're many communities in one community, right here in the Sheridan area, and we can be pretty isolated. And there's a lot of movies out there, and there's a lot of world out there that we don't often get to see. So it was selfishly a way that I could bring in movies that I wanted to see. And then, like you're talking about, the question of, have you seen this movie? I love sharing movies with friends, and I love having movies shared with me as well. So it was a way to really lean into that and say, we got to watch some of these movies, because one of the great things about movies, as we were kind of talking about earlier, is they just provide an experience that you can connect over, even if you hate the movie. I have some friendships that were forged on watching just a terrible movie together. So you don't even have to necessarily like the movie. I mean, I think everyone's going to really love the movies that are at the film festival, and overall have loved so many of the movies over the last 8 years. But you're just a bunch of strangers sitting in the dark together watching a screen, and then you walk out and you just kind of catch somebody's eye and you say, what did you think about that? And now you have a conversation, and now you have a real connection, and I think movies deepen the ties in communities, just like other art forms. So it was a way to, and then also bringing in those filmmakers, getting the filmmakers to come here and see our incredible community, and then also connect. Growing up here, there's not a film scene in Sheridan, or there was not at the time. There's some great things going on with, the WYO Theater has a young filmmaker program.
I was part of my agenda this morning was to get into what's happening for kids and youth. What are the categories involved? So it's 3 days, so you probably divide it up, switch it up in different categories. What could people who are going to attend expect to see?
You can expect to see there's something for everybody at the festival. When we started off, and I think one of the guiding philosophies was that we didn't necessarily want to be a genre festival. There's festivals that are just only documentaries, or maybe only comedies, or only short films, or only whatever, right? So we didn't want to just do that, because if you don't like X type of movie, you're probably not going to go to the festival. So we wanted to maybe get, okay, well, I like short films, maybe I don't really like horror movies, maybe I don't really typically watch documentaries, but if I'm here for these other movies, maybe that movie looks pretty good, I'll go check it out. And now maybe it's opened a whole new realm of types of movies that somebody,
and you're going to get that feedback, that immediate feedback from folks who, because you're talking to each other, and I almost get weepy every time I think about things that we're doing where we are talking to each other these days. And movies, like sports and other categories, what it does is it brings us together, and it gives us something safe, I don't know if I like that word, to talk about and to break the ice with.
Right. Yeah, it's a way better topic than the weather, or how little or how too much moisture we have, right? Like, we're in Sheridan, so it's like, we could sure use the moisture.
Yeah.
Or it's like, God, it's a little too wet, not going to be able to, my haze, got too wet, molded.
As opposed to, when's the last time you watched Caddyshack, and then just start rambling off?
Yeah. Or like, you've never seen Caddyshack, what is wrong? And then you can just ostracise the person, and
you have to if they haven't seen Caddyshack. That's one of the things about that I want to supply here is warnings to folks. If you haven't seen Caddyshack, then you're amiss. But point being is that this is an opportunity with people with like passion, who you may be sitting next to a guy who's riding bulls on Saturday night in a rodeo, and somebody who's the librarian or a hairdresser, and here you are sitting in a theater, and then afterwards the format allows you or almost forces you to talk to each other.
Yeah, and it's and I guess, to be clear, like, you don't have to be a film nerd like me to go to the festival and enjoy the movies. They're not. I think film festivals can get a bad rap sometimes, from being, kind of navel gazy and foofy, and it's that's not us. We're not pretentious. We don't have the glitz and glamour red carpet. It's very true to Sheridan and who we are as a community, and showing that off in the best light, and bringing it's a great community weekend. Grab some corn at the concession stand. You grab a soft drink or a beer or wine at the WYO, and you can just go watch go have a good time, go relax, kick your feet up with each other.
Some of the categories this year. So what's the lineup? So here you start on October 2nd, as we determined. That's Thursday. What happens on Thursday?
Yeah, so we've got a great movie called Remaining Native that opens the fest on Thursday. It's kind of capturing that that kind of native, American Indian culture a little bit. As a middle-aged white guy, I'm not appropriate to speak to that culture, but it's just an incredible film, and it's a documentary. There's a lot of information about it. I don't want to just read it off the website, but maybe it's a good time to say, check out
the
Film Fest website. Yeah, wildfilmfest.org. So yeah, we kick the fest off on Thursday with Remaining Native. We've got quite a few films on Friday late afternoon and evening. So take off work early on Friday. Nothing ever happens after 2:00 on a Friday. That's
come on.
Nothing good ever happens at work after 2 on a Friday.
Right. You hear that,
like
bosses?
You go to that, after on a Saturday night, if you're out past 12:30 or 1, nothing good ever happens after 12:30 or 1 at night.
It's YOFilmfest.com, right?
.org.
.org. I knew I was going to. YOFilmfest.org. So that'll help you out here. And on there it says, our mission is to build a community around the power of storytelling in Wyoming and to provide a platform to share diverse voices on one of the most impactful mediums, the big screen. Hear, hear. That's awesome. I wanted to tell a story real quick. You mentioned about the concern about appropriation with Native American or so. My son is, I mentioned he lives in The Hague, the Netherlands, met his wife in Chicago, and she's Dutch, and so he lives there. And he's an actor, and he has an agent, and he's doing all these things. And so he went somewhere where there was an audition, and on the description sheet of him, sort of a bio, it says Native American Alexander Baggett. Right? So the Dutch, he's native to America. Alex says, I panicked. My eyes got big. He says, I went up there, which I never would have done. And it's okay if they make a mistake, but I went up there and I said, you can't say that. Say what? He says, you can't say that I'm a Native American. And he goes, what you are from America? Well, now I'm doing a bad Dutch accent. I better stop while I'm ahead. But anyway, he said, nope, it's you got to understand, there's rules, and I am an American. I am native to America. I am not a Native American. But anyway. Yeah. So I guess so remaining native, I guess. So that film is, it's incredible. I mean, it's a really incredible story. It's about this. What's the name of it again? Remind me.
Remaining Native.
Got it.
And it's about this high school kid that is he's a runner, and he's trying to he's got a dream of being a collegiate athlete, right? So he's trying to, so he's runner. He's trying to get into he wants to go to the University of Oregon and be a collegiate athlete there. So it's also kind of so it's his story of that, and then also, his great grandfather's escape from one of the Indian boarding schools, which is a horrible, shameful time in American and North American history, when we were forcing our Native American neighbors to be placed in these boarding schools to destroy their culture, and on and on and on. It was a bad deal, right? Not to make light of it, but it's a bad deal. But his grandfather escaped this boarding school and ran 50 miles across the desert to escape this boarding school. So you've got this story of this kid's great grandfather running 50 miles across the desert to, save himself and his culture and everything like that. And then also, his great grandchild, the parallel story of him wanting to be a collegiate athlete runner at the same time. So it's a really beautiful story. it's worth checking out. It's an incredible movie. So yeah, Thursday night, Remaining Native. Check it out.
That sounds great. Hey, I wanted to keep you for a little while longer because we mentioned earlier about the kids and what's in it for them. So if you'll stick through this commercial break with me, we'll come back and talk about it is absolutely something for the entire family, as I have discovered. The YO Film Fest, which is this coming Thursday, October 2nd through the 5th here in Sheridan, Wyoming. That's our guest, Justin Stroup. He's the founder of the Film Fest. So we'll come back and talk about how the kids can be involved here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Thanks for tuning in.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags. I'm rocking it hard here with Justin Stroup, the founder of the YO Film Festival, Sheridan, Wyoming, October 2nd through the 5th. Up on the screen, you can't see it, Justin, but I've got an image of a bunch of kids in front of a screen. Looks like some knowledgeable folks walking them through and doing some educating with Why Dinosaurs, probably a film or a documentary that they got to see as part of this, the YO Film Festival. What's in it for kids, Justin?
Yeah, so I think many of the films, during the weekend, you could take kids of certain ages too, but I think we're going to try to get our 2-year-old daughter. She might be a little young still, but it's going to be a gamble. But I would say certainly, 5 or 6 and up. Saturday morning, there is the first, it's a new thing this year, and I'm pretty excited about it. We've got some Saturday morning cartoons.
Oh, yeah.
So some of the animation, definitely for kids. But we've also got some animated shorts that adults would enjoy as well. So it's just I think it's about an hour of I think there's half a dozen or so animated shorts. Show up in pajamas if you want.
Yeah.
Bedhead encouraged. We're gonna have a cereal bar there with
See?
All the super sugary cereals that your mom would never let you have. So get your kids all wound up, and then we'll turn you loose onto the town of Sheridan after the movies. But we'll also have some, we've got coffee. We'll have Bloody Marys available for mom and dad and grandma and grandpa. Get your vitamins and vegetables early.
Yes.
So a great way to kick off Saturday's day at the fest.
That is great.
So,
well, you're talking to that generation of Saturday morning cartoons here. This is the end of the baby boomers. That was a regular part of our Saturday morning. That's the best part of Saturday morning is we're getting up. So thanks for bringing that back to a new generation.
Yeah, absolutely. So great idea from the team on that. I think it's going to be really fun. I'm excited to check that out for sure.
So there's the local entries and folks putting in short films, documentaries, and others. How does somebody who has a passion for filmmaking, how do they get involved, Justin?
Yeah, so we typically start accepting films for the next year's fest, sometimes as soon as the next day, right after the festival. When I was in charge and watching all the films, I would open it up the day. I would have it set to open the day after the fest. There's this platform called Film Freeway that connects filmmakers to film festivals. Cool. So it's secure. It's just kind of a one-stop shop. It handles a lot of that stuff for you. But sometime between a week and a half from now and right after the first of the year, probably we'll start accepting new entries for the next year. Yeah.
And when does that cut off? Because I know the cutoff has come and gone. When does that? Do you stop taking entries?
Yeah, so we stop taking entries. It's usually sometime in around rodeo. I think is it kind of depends a little bit from year to year when the festival falls, because so we watch films and choose films as late as we can, and then we immediately switch over to the marketing, the logistics of the actual festival. And so we kind of push it as late as we can and still get the festival going, because there's all the logistics of everything. Once you finally know what film you're going to show, then you gotta give people time to market it and
make
sense.
Sure I'm a marketer
ready to go and all that stuff.
So who's judging and what are they looking for, Justin?
Yeah, so we've got a team of folks. So full disclosure, Breton is my brother-in-law. Is how I twisted his arm to getting involved. Is I said, hey, you're married to my sister, you got to do this, essentially, and
it's called leverage.
Guilted him into it, and then now because now he's turned that right around on me and guilted right back, as he should. So my sister Caitlin, I think, watches. She's kind of in charge of the picking, as they say, but I think she's got a few other folks that help, and I think they've roughly got the same philosophy that I started with. I think they probably refined it, and they're much smarter people, so they probably have refined this and made it more of an art. But I would start with a thumbs up and thumbs down, and then that was kind of the colander that I would run this thing through. And then then the ones that are left with the thumbs up, then you kind of look, okay, maybe watch them again. Okay, we've got 3 days. How many can we watch? Do we have a cowboy movie? Okay, we probably can't have two cowboy movies. What films seem to go together pretty well? It's really kind of chaos, bringing order from chaos in an organic way. And then as the closer you get, you start seeing a festival emerging from the movies. And so it's, and then it's, is this a movie that people in Sheridan would love to watch? Is it a movie that people in Sheridan have got to watch? Like we need to see this in our community. Is it highlighting a story that needs to be highlighted? What can we do to elevate certain stories? And what will give us? I would always pick a movie that maybe I hated, but I knew that was somebody's favorite movie. It's not mine, but I know that somebody will love this one. So I would challenge myself as well.
Yeah,
right?
And as we mature or change or grow up or whatever it is, sometimes going back and looking at a movie that you weren't particularly. I have to go back and watch Forrest Gump, but believe it or not, I was never a fan of it. I don't know, and everybody around me was, gaga about it, loved it. So it's time for me to go back and watch it again. What was my disposition at the time when I was watching it, and why I didn't get it quite as much as others? We're getting pretty close here. This went really fast, Justin, but I want to give a shout out to who's involved, the sponsors, the volunteers for this, before I run out of time here, because an event like this, God bless them, we need them. It's both the volunteers and, of course, sponsors. And real quickly, as we mentioned before, at I said it wrong earlier, wyofilmfest.org. So that's wyofilmfest.org is where you can go. I know there's probably tickets there too. We should talk about how folks can get tickets as well. But who are some of the folks that help put this on every year?
Gosh, there's so many, right? Thanks to you for having me on. This is great. So this is a great way to help support the fest. So thank you for you guys.
I want to hear before, when I tell you there's 30 seconds left, you have to tell me a movie that I need to see that I probably haven't, because I would consider an expert in the field. So go ahead. I interrupted you. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Sponsors and volunteers.
Standish Family Fund, huge supporter of the fest this year.
You said Standish Family Fund?
Standish Family Fund.
Got
Yep.
it.
They're a huge supporter of the fest this year. They're our presenting sponsor. The Best Western, they're kind of the official hospitality sponsor. All our filmmakers stay there. Sheridan Media, the YO, of course, yes. Tandem Productions, Century 21, of course, the Brinton Museum.
There you go. That's where I work
regularly. Yeah. I saw the big C21 on your chest there.
Thanks for the shout out.
Puff out when I said that. And Wyoming Public Radio, the Homer and Mildred Scott Foundation, Alpha Graphics, Dynast Chiropractic. And there's just, the list goes on and on. It is truly a community effort to put this thing on. And I'm so sorry if I accidentally left somebody off there. But it's really a labor of love by so many people in the community to make happen. I know Alpha Graphics does a lot of stuff. I think I might have said them, but I just ran into Nadine, one of the owners of that the other day. So
Nadine.
They're on my mind. And but yeah, it's really a labor of love. So you can get tickets at the YO Theater in person. Okay. You can get them online at the YO Theater's website. You can also buy them, I believe, through the wyofilmfest.org website. You can buy them day of. You can buy them before. I think the only event that's not at the YO this year is we've got kind of a Midnight Madness thing. I think it's at like 10 or 10:30 at the Carriage House Theater.
Sure.
Up by the Kendrick Mansion. We've kind of got some crazy short films. Get kind of spooky up there. Getting ready for kicking off the Halloween season with some spooky, suspenseful thriller movies, some funny movies, just bizarre movies, and so you can also probably get tickets there. But if you're worried about it's selling out, and get your tickets early and often, as they say about booking, right?
Hey, I mentioned earlier about a best friend, Tony. I hope you're listening, because he is a passionate movie fan, and he's very good at critical and seen a lot. And I've told him, I said, you should get involved. This is when I was in Denver. You should get involved. I'm sure there's probably some local guild, a film watching organization, a film festival that you would be a part of. How would somebody like my buddy Tony volunteer to get involved and to be maybe a member that helps put this event on every year?
Absolutely. So we're as it's a labor of love for the community, and we've had some folks just around the community of Wyoming and Colorado and Montana help with the fest. It's just the reach is getting larger and larger. There's just email. You can email the team through the wyofilmfest.org website. Just reach out. We're real people. We'll answer your email. We're approachable. If you see us at the festival, just come up and say, "Hey, I want to help," and we'll put you to work. There's no sure. You'll be careful what you ask for.
If you love movies, right? It's a labor of love.
Exactly. So
you bet.
So yeah, that would be just if you're at the festival, just grab one of us. We're floating around all weekend long. Shoot us an email. If you see me around town, just grab me and I'll get your name, number, and probably an email and connect you with Breton and the rest of the team. And there's tons of stuff to do, and I think we all
need volunteers.
Yeah. I mean, help us get to 10 years. We're getting into 8 years. Let's get to 10 and then 20, right?
We're just about out of time. Justin Straub, the founder of the WYO Film Festival, which the Film Fest is in its 8th year. And really quickly, tell your buddy Bags a movie that I should see. And you mentioned the movie about the Native Americans. That's on my list.
Yeah. So all of the movies at the festival next weekend, right? So see them all, or see one of them. So you can't go wrong there. So other than the Film Fest movies, Bags, you got to see this movie called Dead River Rough Cut.
Dead River Rough Cut. Got it.
It's a documentary about these two guys in upstate Maine. It is the craziest. They've got like a fire set up on the back of their snowmobile.
I got to hit the post here at the top of the hour.
Yeah,
so
check it out.
Thank you, Justin Straub. Thank you for being my guest here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back after the news, and we've got some more entertainment topics. Got a musician coming in, going to be banging on his bass here in the Bags studio. Come on back here to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Albany County is seeking $175,000 from the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security so they can create an anti-terrorism task force. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke with Albany County Sheriff Aaron Applehans on Thursday, who says that the county is seeking special tactical response training, emergency communications equipment, armored personnel protection, and other equipment.
This is largely an initiative to get ahead of these threats, to be preventative rather than reactionary. Now, these funds are going to come from the federal level, and one county commissioner, Pete Gosar, told me that he's concerned that some of these major cuts to the federal budget could impact his ability to receive this grant. Nonetheless, they're still going to go ahead and try to get this terror task force off the ground, and hopefully big things are coming soon to Albany County.
County officials won't give specifics on what potential threats there could be for the county. Laramie County Community College is considering a name change, but a name change could be costly, in the 6 figures range, but it would better represent what the college offers, including various bachelor's degrees. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean says it would also clear up confusion because the college isn't in the town of Laramie, but in the Laramie County city of Cheyenne.
The name is confusing because it's Laramie County, not Laramie, the town of Laramie down the road. When looking at what contributes to a student from Colorado or Utah coming to Wyoming at LCCC and what discourages them, that was one of the things they found is that the name is confusing. The students don't realize that it's actually closer to their home than they think in Colorado, for example, and that's a factor in their decision why they might pick a college. This is close to home. I can still maintain contact with my family while going to school. They also don't realize, because of the community in the name, they don't realize there are Bachelor of Science degrees, that there's a residence hall, that there's an orchestra, that there are all these things that a more regional college would offer.
School officials say the process will take about 18 months to decide on the new moniker. When hunters kill big game animals, there's a lot left over once the meat has been taken: hide, bones, guts, and such. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports to combat careless and illegal carcass disposal, Wyoming Game and Fish have installed carcass dumpsters at several locations in the Sheridan-Buffalo area.
Game and Fish is concerned that it can accelerate the spread of chronic wasting disease, which is that condition that is 100% fatal in infected moose, deer, and elk. What Game and Fish has done is they've increasingly started to put these carcass dumpsters around, so encouraging hunters, rather than just toss your carcass anywhere and everywhere, which is illegal, by the way. You're allowed to leave a carcass at a kill site, but you're not allowed to just take it and throw it hither and yon. You're obligated to take it to a landfill or something. And so Game and Fish is just trying to make that easier. The old saying that the best way to get people to do something is to make it convenient for them. And so hunters have a place where they can go and dump their carcasses in these dumpsters that are far enough removed from towns and places like that.
Game and Fish says the response from hunters and citizens has been positive, with the most heavily used dumpsters averaging approximately 7 tons of carcasses during the hunting season. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
And there's a newly discovered comet streaking across the night sky. Any Wyomingite with a good pair of binoculars can see it for the next month. The Swan Comet was discovered by an amateur astronomer. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi says this is an extraordinarily rare event.
This comet was found by an amateur astronomer, and then once they alerted other observatories, they checked out the same spot and they saw the same thing. This is the third time in human history, as far as we know, that we've detected a comet that is not from our solar systems. It's from outside of our solar system. So it's the third time in 7 years that we found a comet that didn't originate from our neighborhood.
Max Gilbraith, planetarium coordinator at the University of Wyoming, encourages Wyomingites to find the Swan Comet while it's visible. It might be a while before there's another comet we can see from Earth. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Hey, it's your buddy Bags on a Saturday. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Monday through Saturday, soon Monday through Sunday, 6A to 10A. John Baggett is the given name, with Bags as the nickname. That's what most of my friends call me, so you're welcome to do that as well. It's 9:05, and we're in my last hour. I do 6A to 10A, and boy, do I take every opportunity I can to hang out with talented people. This is my excuse. Do you see him over there? I got the camera. Let me get this out of the way here. Okay, there he is. That's Rod Jost, ladies and gentlemen. He's setting up his guitars. He's got multiple guitars there. I think, oh yeah, some of them are very cool looking. Welcome, my friend. We'll pull that microphone over to you, and I'm going to make sure I got you so that we can hear you and see you. We are multimedia here, pal. That's what's changed. We're not only broadcasting, which we are on currently five stations here in Wyoming, getting ready to add 2 more, I understand. So the old-fashioned transmitter, the tower, that traditional media, and then we are streaming. We are streaming on our website at cowboystatedaily.com. There's a radio drop down there at the top. We're streaming on YouTube. You're watching me in the living room there on YouTube as you're hanging out with Deb. Was she doing all right? Yeah, you're going to have to get closer to your mic, mister. Yeah, what's up?
Kids in Amsterdam, so.
Oh, wait a minute! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We should hook them up and
I
have
know.
them.
I know. Yeah, we were watching the show at home, and all of a sudden, my wife says, "She says, hey, they got a son, right? A son in Amsterdam. Yeah.
He's actually in The Hague, which is a 30-minute train ride from Amsterdam. He did live in Amsterdam. He was a tour guide when he first got there.
Sweet, that's a good job.
8 years ago. He was a tour guide in Chicago where he met Miss Wright, who's Dutch.
Yeah.
And so that's how he ends up in Holland, Amsterdam first. And we've been able to go a few times now. And we're headed back in November because we're going to be grandparents of a Dutch American.
There you go. There you go.
So we're super excited. All right. So Rod Jost. And how do I explain how we met? Well, first, the first time we met was me watching you play with the Dugan Irby Band. This is
probably 5 years ago.
When I first got back to Sheridan. Lived here for a long time. Family's here. I moved away as a young man, back as a fat old man about 6 years ago, and love it. Oh, man, should have done it a long time before we did. But anyway, one of the things that happened, so I was doing another radio show at 98.3 The Peak, which was a rock and roll show, and I had a Friday segment, which was kind of like this, except it was only 1 hour. Now 4 hours, man. It's a podcast style talk show, so different topic, different guest every hour. So last hour, it's just almost a coincidence that 2 hours of entertainment. I had the founder, Justin Stroup, of the YO Film Festival, which is coming up next week. So I got to talk to him and love it. That's a
whole
I'm into movies, so and then in the next hour it's a musician who I'm familiar with, who I've seen you play with a couple of different bands, and we'll get into that because that's kind of what makes you a little bit unique. Rod is prolific. Is that the right word? But obviously, folks are seeking you out. You would not be this busy if you didn't have a level of talent. So there's your backhanded compliment right there, my friend. And you're very distinctive. You're what, about 6'4"?
So, yeah.
6'4", 6'5"?
We'll go 6'4" with boots, yes.
With boots, okay, yeah. So, but yeah, so he's tall, number one, and he's got that cowboy hat. And so we can see you coming, pal. So yeah, I know. Well, sometimes I didn't even know you were playing. I think you were doing an event downtown or someplace, and I didn't know you were playing one of your bands. I think it was your blues group. What's the name of the
Reverend Blues?
The Reverend Blues.
Yeah.
And I didn't know you were playing, but boy, I saw you from like a block away, and I was like, hey, let's go check that out. So anyway, so you're a musician. So before we get too far down the road, I know you a little bit now, but tell our listeners a little bit about yourself. Are you from Sheridan? Where's home for you originally?
Well, it was great talking to your wife out front. We found out that we both grew up in Nebraska, so that's where
I
grew. Oh, well,
just, I'm joking. I got a whole family. My entire in-laws are big Red fans.
They're diehards. You're not going to get around that. But I was born in Kansas. And when our family, if my last name is Jost, or ironically, my ancestry comes out of what would have been Prussia, Ukraine, that whole region, and moved over in the 1860s, 1870s.
Yeah.
And so one of the areas where they landed was right down, they were all farmers. So right down the middle of the breadbasket per se. So mid-Kansas and Oklahoma, Nebraska. So anyway, I was born in Kansas, and when I was 5, we moved to Nebraska. And then ironically, when my wife Lynette lived just 2 miles away from us, and we were all that region, farmers, and y'all went to the same churches and stuff like that.
Sure.
So got to know her. She's 4 years younger, and came home from college one day, and she wasn't a little brat playing with my sisters anymore. So that was pretty. So that starts that. She's probably watching now and really getting embarrassed, and I'll leave that alone. But
I make it a habit to embarrass family and friends.
So anyway, and so grew up in Nebraska, and then went back to school, and my career path ended up being a pastor. I was a youth pastor for 20 years. Back in the same church that I was born into back in Kansas, and then had great life there. I think one thing characteristic about, I think my wife and I, and especially myself, wherever we're living, we enjoy living there. So I kind of hunker down and think, well, this could be where we land. And so we were 18, 20 years in Kansas, and then an opportunity came to go to Salt Lake City in the valley there. So we were there for 7, and then an opportunity came in 2013 for jobs here, and moved here. And now I'm semi-retired. But during that whole time, did a lot of music, just loved it. I started playing when I was 19. I was a sophomore in college, and that the summer between my freshman and sophomore.
The bass?
Yeah,
it started with the bass?
Yeah. So it was funny. I went to college ironically back in Hillsboro, where I was born, and private school, and there was we had kind of drew people from across the United States. Well, there's 2 brothers that were from California that were into prog rock, like Yes and Genesis and all that. And I was kind of went to college when,
I liked Yes.
I do.
And the old Genesis.
Yes.
Old
Genesis. So Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. You got Supper's Ready and all that. So
yes,
really,
that's the Genesis that I was into.
Yeah.
When they got, to the Phil Collins era, got a little poppy for your buddy bags.
Yeah.
But Yes, and I got to see Yes in concert at in Casper, Wyoming.
Oh, wow. Cool.
It's got to have been the 80s.
Yeah.
Had to have been the 80s.
With 90125
Yeah.
tour? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I saw them then, too, in Omaha. They started the tour in Omaha, and I think they rehearsed for a couple of days, and we saw opening night. And really cool.
Wow.
And then this was interesting. I don't get to see a lot of big concerts, but in 82, 83, 84, I got to see Yes, Rush, Genesis, Crosby, Stills, Nash, which was amazing. But Genesis came in, and they had Phil Collins and Chester Thompson on drums, and then they have Mike Sturmer on he plays bass and guitar. Michael Rutherford plays bass and guitar, then Tony Banks on keys. I'd never seen anything like it.
Mike Rutherford was Mike and the Mechanics, too.
Yes, Mike and the Mechanics.
Okay. And making that connection.
Yeah.
If I remember. And I liked them.
Oh, they were good. One thing that happened that was incredible, this is when lighting and all that sort of thing was kind of expanding, so you had some lasers and things like this. Yeah. And Genesis opens up, and I'd never heard sound that good in my life. And they had Very lights, the ones that pivot and do all, and that's the only light they had. Found out later that somehow they have a company and they developed it, and you could only rent those for probably 10 years. If you saw another band that had them, they were renting them from the Genesis company or whatever.
Is that right?
So it was interesting.
So there was some businessmen involved,
too. Oh, gosh. Yeah, and Phil Collins.
I'm going to fix you one more time here, because you got to come towards me.
Okay, towards you.
Because I've met your wife, your beautiful wife, and she's going to want to see your face.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, there we go. Oh, now we got it. Okay.
That's it. That's the whole thing. Got the camera right there, pal.
So I know I'm taking us down another path, but it's interesting.
He's, come on. For good-looking dude, man. Got to enhance my show a little bit here. So make sure my listeners, viewers, which is the thing that's different from our old relationship, is that it's this people can see us now.
I dressed up.
It's interesting. Early on, my wife was telling me I rub my nose a lot. And I'm afraid I might one of these days, be like this.
Yeah.
It's just you don't even realize what you're doing. But hey. So the technology changes, and your buddy Bags has to change with it. Okay, so now you're 19. You're learning to play the bass, and does somebody find you and say, get up here and play with this band? Who's first experience playing with a band? Did we skip something?
No. That's great, because when it was my sophomore year in college, and I kind of got into it so much. Bruce Kunkel was the guy that taught me, and he's from California. Not related to Russ Kunkel, but anyway, but they taught me how to play. Yeah. Left-hand technique was make that really good. And so that was the thing they pushed on me. Anyway, well, you're at college. Well, there's always a bunch of musicians sitting around trying to do something. So we formed a band right out of the gate, and I literally almost flunked out of my fall of sophomore year, because I literally would forget to go to class. I would get up in the morning and start playing, spin some records, and just go at it. And then within that community of musicians on campus, there was other musicians that we all kind of got together and formed a little band, played a New Year's Eve party, and just loved it. I mean, we made outfits. I think my sister Rita made an outfit for me or something. Like, remember?
So we're looking at early 80s?
Yeah, Geddy Lee, they wore those so I had to have one like him.
Jumpsuits or all.
Well, this was like a I don't know, felt like a, what do you call it, a kimono?
Yeah,
I was
thinking the one piece thing Elvis did
no,
in
not
the
that.
Vegas years. That's where I was.
No.
That wasn't a good thought in my head of you at a
no, it wasn't that. No,
spandex thing.
I was trying to look like Geddy Lee. So anyway, but yeah,
I'm a big Rush fan. By the way, big Rush fan.
Yeah.
So
I remember I learned.
I think we're kindred, you and I, on a few things.
Oh
here.
yeah, I memorized all of 2112. At one time I could play the whole thing.
Well, maybe you could jam out on a little bit here when we get you cranking.
I will.
Right on. Now we at least have a place to start with some Rush. Neil Peart, it was a big deal when he passed away.
Oh man, yeah.
But quite a few of them have gone recently from that era. Ozzy and I kind of grew up together, unfortunately. But before we get into that, it is some of the influences in your music background. It sounds like it's quite diverse, and so far it sounds like it's a lot of rock and roll. Did you have some country influence as well?
Yeah. So before that point, I was into calf roping and all that, being the cowboy sort of thing growing up in Nebraska all that. And so that switched a little bit. So I love, like your dog, Waylon Jennings. Yep. I love Waylon and Willie and all that stuff. So the outlaw country kind of, and kept enjoying that. Got into prog rock. Then I was turned on to Stanley Clarke and jazz stuff, which turns into Jaco. And
what's Jaco?
Jaco died in 1987. Jaco Pastorius, he was part of Weather Report, like the song Birdland. Have you heard that?
I do, and I do. Weather Report is familiar.
Yeah. So Jaco, Joe Zabino, you got to kind of let his name just come out. I don't ever get it right. He was kind of the key part of Weather Report, and they brought in different bass players. But Jaco was in there for a while, and he played with Joni Mitchell. He played with other people. He probably would be diagnosed a bit bipolar now, but it's sad. His death was he got beat up by a bouncer. He was trying to get into a club, and but just a genius, but kind of something went a little sideways in his brain, I think, and
which happens to a lot of people in that business. And you've managed to, I've got a sidebar here, is you've managed, you look healthy. I mean, we're dudes. I don't care if it offends you. How old are you?
I'm 66. I just turned 66
you
last
look good.
week.
I'm 64, and you're in better shape than I am.
Well, my
that.
wife kind of helps me guide down into better eating. It's not always the best, but healthier eating and protein. Add protein to your diet.
You bet. Okay, well, okay. I'm in. So good for you, because you're able to, because we talked about it earlier, and when we come back, we're going to talk about how prolific, how busy you are with your music, with the bands that you perform with, and the various venues that you guys are performing. So we'll do that after our first break here.
Yeah.
In the 9 o'clock hour, it's Rod Jost, a musician, bass player, If you can see him back. Yeah, you can see him back there. Yeah, grab one of those, and we come back. We'll just come right into some tunage here. Rod, I have seen him perform multiple times. I'm a fan. That's why he's here. He thinks that I'm just trying to be like a correspondent news guy. And no, I just want to hang out with talented people. That's my scheme. All right, 9:22. It's Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned. Back in a flash.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Live bumper music right there. Thumping on the bass is Rod Jost. He is our guest this hour on Cowboy State Daily Radio. And as I mentioned, I love just being around talented folks. I mean, I've never played in a band. I've done a little bit of like choir singing at church and so on. My wife sings regularly at church. But up there, you got to get up there. You got to have a set of something to get up there as much as you do and perform in front of people, Rod. And you're one of the best around. I am constantly constantly reminded and then still surprised by how much talent there is musically, entertainment-wise, here in the Sheridan area. Obviously, we've got a worldwide superstar in Ian Munsick.
Right.
I've had Tris Munsick in The Innocents on the show, sitting right there playing. Raleigh's been on, and there's some other people that I'm eyeballing, see if I can get them, just so I can hang out with cool musician types. Real quick question. Am I right? Usually it's the bass player that's the weirdest guy in the band. What do you think? 'Cause you're a bass player. Maybe you have a different perspective.
Well, so there's so many jokes. You'll see all the memes and all that, and how it all works. And a lot of times, honestly, sometimes it's like, well, why are you the bass player? Well, because they had 3 guitar players and somebody had to play bass, and that for me, it wasn't that at all. It was like, I loved the tone of the bass. So I went after it, which has ironically, and this is what I had to learn is how to, cause people will say, okay, you can play jazz, you can play rock, you can play, these varieties, country and all that sort of thing. Well, part of how do you do it? And it's like, well, I was gifted with a good ear, and I kind of hammered through a lot of things and found out later that after taking some lessons about 20 years after playing, that I knew all my modes. And
I don't understand.
So if you take a piano and you play a major scale in C, and you do that, well, that's your major scale. There's 7 notes. The first note and the 8th note are octaves. So that makes up, those are the only 7 notes you're going to play in the key of C. And if you're playing on piano, it's like, great, key of C, everybody loves it. No black keys. So, but there's intervals. So it goes whole step to the D, E, whole step, half step to the F, G, whole steps up to there.
Yeah.
So when you do this, and then you go to the D on the piano, that's your 2nd scale. There's your 3rd scale. There's a 4. Now you've learned all your scales. Now I can do them in, let's do A flat.
Yeah.
So there's only 7 patterns to learn. Once you learn those 7 patterns, you can change them to any key. So for a bass player, for guitar players, they'll get a capo out and then they'll start doing that stuff and use G shapes, C shapes, or whatever.
Understood that.
So for me as a bass player, I learned how to switch keys, everything. And along the same time of that, once you get kind of the components down and then know how they work, well, you have good theory. So it's like somebody can holler, let's go in the key of B flat. Jeannie and the Lee and the Reckoning, we're going to be playing this afternoon at a corporate event. And so she likes to play in B flat. A lot of women like to play in B flat. It's a good key for them.
Gotcha.
Danielle does that once in a while. Melissa Butcher if in the Instigators, I've played with them before.
I was going to have you start rambling off some bandmate names, but now you're doing it in context. That's even better.
So all these people, Rick Geisler is one of my best friends. Rick got injured a couple of years ago, and he's friends with Tris Munsick. If you see once in a while, he'll bring this guy up, and horse accident, and he's been recovering. The guy I love Rick. I hope Rick gets, I saw that he's going to be singing some songs someplace, and that just tickles my heart.
Heal, healthy, and happy, Rick.
Yeah, that's what you want. So all these different things, you have to adapt, and so my joke is, or I would say in most of the bands that I've been in, I'm probably know music theory better than most of the musicians in there, just because, they joke about dumb bass players, but when you're
I didn't say dumb. I said weird. That's
but when you're playing all this stuff, and you got to shift and they change keys and all that. Sometimes you meet the bass player and they're the ones that can't capo. They can't on the keyboard hit a transpose button or anything like that. You got to know how to do it.
Your guitar,
yeah.
is unique.
Yeah.
And I noticed that the first time that we were together on my old radio show, it doesn't look like what you normally see. How does that operate, and why don't you have to tune from down here?
The tuning pegs are at the bottom, and that's a Steinberger thing. Ned Steinberger developed it in the 80s, and I own a Steinberger. So I've loved the tuning, stays in tune better. Now, another trick is these I build. And so
really?
So this is a travel base.
Want me to
Yeah,
hold
you
it?
can grab it.
Okay.
And so the back of it, you notice it's carbon fiber.
Yeah.
So these are carbon fiber necks. Now, usually carbon fiber will have a fabric weave look to it. These are a little different. I've been on some larger stages in the region, and the sound tech will come up, and they'll go, "Oh my goodness, is that a modulus?" And I'm going, "It basically is." It's the guy that started Modulus. Somebody gave me his number, and I called him. Jerry Dorsch, great guy. He's mid-70s, and you have to come up with a mold. Titus Brown and myself worked on with wood to make the original, and you got to get all the flaws out of it because graphite is used with a mold, and if there's any flaws in it, so if you run your fingers up and down it, it's pretty smooth. Now, I know where there might be a little bit of a flaw here and there, and I actually told Jerry, I said, there's a little divot in there, and that's for my thumb. It doesn't look, it's asymmetrical, but I said, don't take that out. So anyway, so he makes a mold, and the artistic value in it is that I had to make the original, and Titus Brown helped me and appreciate his work. He's a great drummer, played with him in Rick Geisler and the Band of Outlaws and Dugan Irving Band and stuff like that. So he's a phenomenal drummer, and they're having another baby.
Hey,
Anyway,
congrats.
So
shout out.
That being said, he helped from the woodworking standpoint get it.
That's
and then
great.
I spent a couple of days sanding and getting it all even so that it was just perfect. And then it goes off to Jerry, and he makes a mold, and then he can make as many as these that he wants. So I think I have about 8 or 9 of them now. I've sold one. Zach Anderson, a friend of mine, wanted one, so he bought that from me. He wants me to imprint serial number 0001 yet, so I got to do that.
It'll be a collector's item, so you want to do that.
And there's 3 octaves. So usually on a bass, like a Fender bass, it'll stop at about the 21st or 20th or 21st fret. Modern basses will go to 24, and this one goes to 36. So every 12 frets is an octave. So that's what you get these. And I'm using tapping techniques, so it's kind of a Van Halen.
Right.
And so Victor
little
Wooten,
thunderstruck in
right,
there too,
right, there you
Angus,
go.
right?
There you go.
Little
Yes,
tapping.
Yes. Victor Wooten really, and I've met him. He's one of the neatest guys in the world. So plays the Bela Fleck and the Flecktones. He plays with you'll see
Bela Fleck in Denver.
Yeah. Oh, phenomenal. And I was fortunate to go. My wife saved some money and sent me to an event that they put on. It was Bass at the Beach. It was in 04. You had to send if you had a CD or anything, compilation of what you had written. And I'd written stuff. And so sent like 4 or 5 songs, and they got me in. They took 60 people. So and so Lynette surprised me with that, and it was so cool. That Victor is the type of he remembers my name. If he sees me, he'll see me at a show, he'll wave and want to visit. I saw him and his brothers up in Bozeman here in April. Sure enough, about halfway through the show, he saw me in the audience and he waves and he wanted to visit. It was really cool. His wife was with him, and so I got to meet her and everything. And they're saying hi, signing autographs, and got to spend a little time. But
my roommate in college, Tony Montoya, if you're listening, was a bass player. A band called Slater. I don't know if you know where Slater, Wyoming is. It's near Chugwater, Wyoming, between Chugwater and Wheatland. And it's really all it is a grain elevator side of the road place, but Slater is a cool name for a band.
Mm-hmm.
And so he played, and I remember him in our dorm room. He would just be pounding on that bass. Mm-hmm. And then he found some other guys, like you were explaining your humble beginnings with finding guys at school, and pretty soon there was an empty room in the dorm where the guys would all get together and play. And I remember distinctively hearing him play the song Head East.
Oh yeah,
Never Bet Any Reason. It has that bass solo in it. You know what I'm talking about, right? But if I recall, Tony, text me if I'm wrong, but if I recall, he used to tell me that his favorite bass player was John Entwistle.
Yeah.
And so I'm a big Who fan, always have been. One of my regrets, I had an opportunity to see them down in Denver a long time ago. We're talking 90s, and I didn't go. And I've never seen them. One of my favorite bands, and I worked at the rock and roll station in Denver for many years and had access hundreds and hundreds of concerts. Very blessed, but never saw them in concert. And Pete Townsend is in my top 5 as far as guitar players. And then but Tony, when you would see the contrast between Pete Townsend on stage, I'm talking young
Pete Townsend.
Ooh, young man, not the old farts. But he couldn't stand still, and I think he was like, in my mind, he's like one of the original punk rockers because of the way he moved around on stage. That's Pete Townsend. But John Entwistle would stand there, and his hands, it was like, Muhammad Ali's Float Like a Butterfly, Sting Like a Bee. Yeah. That's how he played the bass. And so my question to you is, who is your favorite? Who do you look to? I mean,
so
John Entwistle would be one of my favorites.
I've had people come up to me and say, "Hey, that what you were doing there looked like John Entwistle."
Oh, is that right?
Different people. So there's Higher Ground by Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, Chili Peppers.
So Flea is playing that. So that
Flea's one of my favorites. He's up there top 5.
That
probably.
lick, it's funny. There's a guy named Charles Berthoud out now on the internet, and he's amazing. But he will help you learn all the greats. So Victor Wooten is probably one of the biggest influences. So he has this thing called a double thump where you go in the string and out.
Oh, wow. I'm seeing that. I don't know if they can see it like I can, but I see what you're doing. Yeah.
So there's these different techniques that I wanted to learn how to do, and this was before video. So to be able to meet Victor and then it was a 4-day event and be able to pick up some of the things, it was quite this is for a whole nother time to talk about that event. But anyway, so to see people back in my day, you listen to the record, the vinyl, which is really cool now, but you also had a record player that would go down to 16 speed, which was half speed of 33. And so you could take and learn these things because it was half speed. Slow it down and learn it, but you'd bump an octave up. Anyway.
Go ahead, sorry.
So his techniques are, and all these tapping things and stuff like that, they do it. Charles Berthoud does it. Again, Jaco was amazing, and he was kind of broke through with more fretless. So typically the two artists that people will say, do you know you sound like Victor Wooten, or do you know you sound somewhat like Jaco? So when you get into some of those ranges, it reminds people of stuff. So those two guys.
We're gonna take a break here. Yeah. So I wanted to come back. Let's make sure that we get to the bands that you're performing with now, and maybe the differences and so forth. I didn't mention Geddy Lee either, because I think he's taken for granted because of his vocals. You think of Rush, you think of the vocals, you think of Neil Peart, but Geddy Lee, like I said, I'm a huge Rush fan, so. I think he's underrated only because his voice is so distinctly Rush.
Yes.
You forget he's also the bass player and a lot of time the keyboards as well.
Yeah.
All right, that's Rod Jost. He's a musician, and he's I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 bands right now. 4 or 5 that he's playing with currently. And we're going to talk more about music and about his favorite music and ours and maybe yours. Text me at 307-278-9598. That's 307-278-9598. You text me who your favorite bass player is, maybe some of your favorite music that has a lot of bass in it. You mentioned the Chili Peppers. That's one of the reasons I'm a big fan of theirs. We'll be back. It's 9:42. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday with your buddy Bags. We'll be back.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. On a Saturday, it's 9:45. Thanks for tuning in. I've got Rod Jost here doing my bumper music this morning, the live kind. Really enjoy it. I like seeing artists at their craft. Rod and I have known each other for about 5 years now. He was on my show, about 4 years ago with when I was on 98.3 The Peak here in Sheridan. Had a midday show, and then on Fridays I would do a podcast-style talk show, usually about music or entertainment. And I brought Rod in and got to know him a little bit, and then, of course, I had only seen him at that point, seen you, Rod. I'm talking like you're somewhere else. At that point, I'd only seen you at playing with the Dugan Irby Band. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I hope, Dugan, you're doing well. God bless you if you're out there. I'm sure everybody else is going to find out what a talented young man you are. So that was my introduction, and then I couldn't tell you how further down the road. Did not know, of course, we didn't know each other very well, that you were out there playing with other bands, and I ran into the Reverend Blues. I love the blues. I'm a big blues fan. Look at my phone. You'll find them. Yes. So the Reverend Blues it's a 3-piece band, and it is just soulful, and at times it's exactly what I'm looking for when I'm in the mood to hear some blues. And of course, you guys jazz out a little bit sometimes from there. It's not a straight main line. It's not like John Lee Hooker's going to come out of the back room. But describe the Reverend Blues for those who've not heard you.
Yeah, no, the Reverend Blues is a play on words. Each one of us is in a pastor or chaplain. So Nick Angeloff on the drums, he was a chaplain at the VOA, and then Kevin Jones is...
Did not know that.
Yeah, Kevin Jones is the pastor at Grace Anglican Church, and then my career was a youth pastor and then pastor. Ironically, we had a band in Salt Lake called the Reverend Deacon Bishop. So I was the Reverend. The guitar player was a deacon in his church, and the drummer was a bishop in his ward. So with this one, we kind of went with the Reverend instead of Reverend. We went with the Reverend Blues, and so those two guys plus myself make it up, and then once in a while we'll add. You mentioned Paul Radzey over the break. He's a great guy.
Shout out to Paul. I work with him at Century 21. We've become friends. I've seen him perform at the YO in theater productions. I've seen him sing. I mean, beautiful baritone voice that he has, and I've seen him up on stage with bands.
He's been with Raleigh and different people like that in the community, and he kind of works it around, and we're fortunate when we can get him in.
You bet. Okay, so that's Reverend Blues. That's one, maybe a song or two that Reverend Blues does that I or some of our listeners would recognize.
Yeah, some older blues stuff, some Tom Petty. You got, skipping one of my favorite is,
Did you say it was Tom? Did you say it was Tom Petty?
Tom Petty. There's a variety of stuff, and when you're putting on the spot, you can't remember who.
Get in line, pal.
I know. So
it happens to be 3 times an hour.
Yeah.
So on this show,
there's a whole bunch of music we do with that, and it's cool. It fits Kevin's vocal. That's always kind of a key piece, and that's what he likes. So a lot. I do too. So there's just a big variety of different. We do some U2. We do some other things. Where you get some other blues in there that. Gosh, I hate it when my brain goes. The one I like the most is "Chill in the Air." Amos Lee. There it is. We do a couple of his. We do some Lyle Lovitz.
So you got to give us Boomers a little. We'll get there.
We'll
get there.
Yeah.
Well, let me get you off of the Reverend Blues real quick. And one of the bands that you perform with a lot is Jeannie Lee and The Reckoning.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen them. Maybe I'm missing out.
Yeah. Well, you are. You can catch us. Just side note: if you go to rodjost.com, RODJOST.com. That'll have every place I'm playing, and it'll also have the name of the group that I'm with. So Jeannie Lee contacted me a couple of years ago. She's from Buffalo, and Jeannie Briscoe, Lee is her middle name, and her and I played on a stage at Luminous, an open mic, probably 7 or 8 years ago. And she said, I'd like to kind of do my own stuff, and I would like for you to play with me. Long story short, worked out really good. She's a phenomenal vocalist, everything from Miranda Lambert to Pink Floyd,
Wow.
And so it's a big variety. We do Wish You Were Here, stuff like that, and then she'll turn around and do White Liar, or go into Dolly Parton, or go into Chris Stapleton. Kills it with Chris Stapleton stuff.
You really, I mean, that crossover. You mentioned it earlier because I'm a huge outlaw country guy. Some of the the current outlaw, but of course the old stuff. My dog's name is Waylon, for crying out loud. Waylon, Merle, George Jones, that stuff
Mm-hmm.
is what I like now. Remember, I was not a country fan all the way through my teen and 20s. I'm a late bloomer. But now with something like the Sturgill Simpson, Cody Jinks, Jamie Johnson, go on. It's that the new era of outlaw country is where I'm at. That edges sometimes on blues and rock and roll.
There's another guy named Tyler Childers.
Oh, I know Tyler.
Oh, good night.
Tyler Childers.
We were playing.
Love it. Hey, Debbie likes Tyler Childers too. She's a huge Tyler Childers fan.
We were playing someplace and somebody says, "What's that like?" And I said, "Here's the deal. If Hank Williams was reborn, it'd probably be Tyler Childers."
Yeah. You bet. And I think if Waylon Jennings was reborn, it would be Sturgill Simpson.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right. So let's talk about Jeannie Lee. We talked about now we have you described some of the music.
Yeah.
Jeannie Lee and the Reckoning.
And that
play.
includes Tony Foreman on percussion.
Okay.
So it's a trio. I like trios a lot. That lets me do a little solo. So that's Parachute by Chris Stapleton. So we do that, and I'll loop in the bass line. So with that group, it's a lot of fun. Jeannie's a phenomenal rhythm player and on acoustic. So, and then Tony is a percussionist, which really works well. So, you got the kick drum and that sort of thing, but then a lot of hand percussion. So that's where you get the Reckoning. So Tony is a pastor in town too. So.
Again, rodjost.com. Easy enough. That's his name. rodjost.com is where you'll find out where he and his bands are playing. So now let's skip over to Danielle and the Outlaws.
Okay. Well, it's Danielle Law. So, so we did a play on words, and Tony is in that group too, and so it's Danielle and the Outlaws, and so that's a lot of fun. We do a big variety of music with her as well, everything from country to pop. And different things. So we'll do different songs that are, down her genre. And Danielle, you would know her in town. She's was the, in the lead character in like Mamma Mia. She's in Hello Dolly now.
She's on a stage at the YO and in the theater world around here.
And she's phenomenal. And she goes to, I was part-time staff at Grace Anglican for about 6-7 years with Kevin Jones and Danielle and her husband Josh. Josh is the owner of Only Co, and you've probably seen him around.
I know Josh.
And so she's on our worship and everything at the church. So we act there a lot, and she's great. So anyway, that's that group, and we do getting a bunch of gigs with that as well. So
Rich Bratton and the Rhythm Wranglers.
Yes. So Rich is a good friend. He moved up from another state, and he works with bankers somehow. I don't quite understand it all, but anyway, great guy. They live out at the foothills of the mountains over here and have a little ranch. And so
it's funny how some of these folks, they button up real nice.
Yeah, they do.
And then one day you're out on the town, and there's quite a few venues around here that perform live music, which is great here in the Sheridan, Wyoming area. But then you see somebody who's an accountant in his day job, but he's up there jamming away, playing some AC/DC or something. It's pretty cool.
So yeah, Rich likes like the old country, like the stuff, George Strait and all that kind of stuff. So we do some Pure Prairie League. We do different things like that, and then some Santana. So kind of a really Tony.
Another one.
Tony's
Santana
the percussionist with that.
I was just watching them from Woodstock, and they're doing soul.
Yeah.
What's their? It's all. There's no lyrics to it. Soul inspiration. Soul something. And it's like a 10-minute long song, just a jam. And just recently watching Santana, going back and checking out some music. So there's an event coming up here. I didn't get into it too much. I just know that the group performing is, here's my favorite as far as names, the Groove Stampede. Way to go.
There you go.
That's branding, the Groove Stampede. So what's that about?
We use a little AI to develop that. So anyway, so last New Year's Eve with Jeannie Lee and the Reckoning, we were the cocktail hour band at the New Year's Eve gala. And so that's for the dog and cat shelter. It's a fundraiser, and they had a really cool
I heard about
soul collective group out of Montana, and the people that put it on were looking for another group. And I kind of in the process, I was trying to find something different for them, and it was a little bit difficult. And I said, well, would you want some local musicians? So I gave them a video of Paul Radzey and Danielle doing some stuff, and they said, this is great. And then I said I would include Jeannie in it too. So we have 3 vocalists, Jeannie, Danielle, and Paul Radzey. And so we can cover, and this is going to be funk to outlaw country, everything in between.
Yeah.
And then we have Nick Angeloff on drums, who's the drummer in Reverend
Are they going to be
Blues.
able to find out more about it on your website, rodjost.com?
Just type in on Facebook New Year's Eve, NYE Gala. Just put that in, and they're advertising already for that and what the theme of the event is going to be and stuff. So
NYEVE.
Yeah, New Year's Eve
Gala, GALA.
Just NYE.
Okay.
NYE Gala.
Got it.
GALA. And that'll be bringing stuff up for the event, and so it's a big fundraiser. And then also Tony Foreman will be percussion in that, myself on bass, and then Riley Gilkey, who's a great guitarist in town. So it's an 8-piece band. Oh, and Alan Hutchinson on saxophone. Phenomenal sax.
Wow, it'd be good to hear a sax.
Yeah, he plays with the
We're almost out of time,
yes.
Rod. So what I was going to do real quick is mention, too, that I'm sure that some of these bands are for hire, if not all of them.
They all are.
And at rodjost.com, so right now, who's ever been listening, they can pick out, well, I like that genre and that genre. So maybe I'll talk to Rod about them performing. That's probably how they can do it. It's pretty healthy around here, the music scene.
It is.
It's great to be able to find live music if you're headed out on the town. Even an old man like me that can make it out till 10 o'clock. But what's your favorite venue around here to play? Maybe there's a couple of them.
Well, one of my favorite is the HF Bar. It's a dude ranch, but they hire us every Monday night, and I bring one of these groups out there to play. That is fun.
Where's that?
That's out by Buffalo. It's a beautiful area. You can call ahead and make reservations for dinner. And so on Monday night.
HF Ranch.
HF Bar.
HF Bar, sorry.
Yeah.
You bet.
HF Bar Ranch. But you've got Blacktooth, you got Luminous, you got No Name, you got there's so many different venues. You got the Warehouse, you got, all sorts of things. Ladou's, they always got good stuff. And they got a resident musician there during the summer and everything. I know I'm going to miss a lot of stuff, and we're running out of time.
We are, buddy. I got to hit this post here at the top of the hour. Hey, man, I appreciate it. You know I do. I will be seeing you soon because you're going to be out there playing. Rod Jost here with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. I appreciate it. Thanks to all my guests today. This has been one yakety-yak Saturday with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Come back and join me again next week.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Albany County is seeking $175,000 from the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security so they can create an anti-terrorism task force. Cowboy State Daily